Chen Xiang rushed out of the furnace, took out his heavenly magic sword and started chopping at the furnace. Chen Xiang rushed out of the furnace, took out his heavenly magic sword and started chopping at the furnace. He found out from Ah Hei's memories that this pill furnace was made from Black Stone Divine Venerable's flesh and blood, and was equivalent to a part of Black Stone Divine Venerable. If it was damaged, it would have a huge impact on Black Stone Divine Venerable. The pill furnace was very strong. If it wasn't a part of the Black Stone Divine Venerable, Chen Xiang would definitely take it. He stopped for a moment, accu. Mulating his power, waving the heavenly magic sword, fiercely SLAs. Hi+ing at it a few times, causing some damage, and his heavenly magic sword was not inferior in the slightest, as it was able to cause a great deal of damage to such a STUR. DY pill furnace. Dang dang dang. Chen Xiang waved his sword and kept SLAs. Hi+ing at the same place, and after a few hundred slashes, he finally cut the pill furnace in half. The moment the pill furnace broke, it turned into 2 pieces of black bones. These were the bones of his legs. It really is a part of the Black Stone Divine Venerable's body. Chen Xiang repeatedly struck his palms towards the 2 pieces of bones, causing the meteor immortal power to explode and shatter the broken bones into pieces. Chen Xiang was now more clear of the Black Stone Divine Venerable's strength. It was definitely not something he could handle with his current level of strength. Just a pill furnace had already cost him a lot of effort to destroy. According to Ah Hei's memories, this should be a place within a mountain. This is also the place where the Black Stone Divine Venerable lived for a long time. Chen Xiang walked out of the cave and floated high up into the sky. He then activated a heavenly dragon seal on this huge mountain. It's time to leave. Black Stone Divine Venerable must have known what happened here. Strange, why is it that the heart-connecting force of Yulan and I has lost its effect? Could it be because I ate too many heaven-grade divine medicines, the medicinal power got washed away? Or was there a problem when I was being confined? Chen Xiang swallowed another mind pellet and then, he left this place. From Ah Hei's memories, he already knew what kind of world this was. 9-star G.O.D. realm. The 9-star G.O.D. realm was a world born from 9 stars, and the Black Stone Divine Venerable was the guardian of this world. However, he was not willing to follow the rules, so he took on the human form to control the world. In order to prevent him from becoming powerful, the night would disappear and he would be able to unleash his strongest power. But later on, when he controlled the night, he was no longer restricted by the rules here. The reason why the Dark Night appeared before was to capture Chen Xiang. As long as it was nighttime, Black Stone Divine Venerable would be able to find out where Chen Xiang was anytime. The Black Stone Divine Venerable had always wanted to escape from this place to see the outside world, because he possessed extremely strong powers. However, he was the only strong one here and his resources were extremely scarce, making him feel that the 9-star G.O.D. realm was like a cage, and they were the villains imprisoned here. This guy will find me soon. He knows a pill refining technique that can turn a person into a pill. After eating it, he will be able to obtain everything about that person. Thus, he is trapped here and knows a lot of things about the outside world. When Chen Xiang thought back to how he was almost eaten by the refinement pellet, he felt a lingering fear. If the Black Stone Divine Venerable refined him himself, he wouldn't be so lucky. Chen Xiang learned the important secret of the Black Stone Divine Venerable from Ah Hei's memories. Every time Black Stone Divine Venerable summoned the night or went to get a precious high-level divine medicine, they would go to a certain place and didn't let Ah Hei go with them. Ah Hei couldn't follow them, and could only wait for the Black Stone Divine Venerable outside. Therefore, Ah Hei had a very deep impression of that place. Chen Xiang now followed Ah Hei's memories and headed towards that place quickly. He wanted to find the secret of Black Stone Divine Venerable turning the sky dark, because at night, Black Stone Divine Venerable was the most terrifying place. If he did not want Black Stone Divine Venerable to catch him, then the sky would have to brighten. I wonder how Sister Yulan and the others are doing. With Yuer there, Imperial Concubine Lien and Hongke should be safer. Chen Xiang was a little worried. Previously, Black Stone Divine Venerable had said that he would go find Xiao Yulan. It was because Xiao Yulan's 6 realms ding posed a great threat to him. This guy was too careless, he underestimated me. Moreover, he trusted Ah He too much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed me to escape. I have to brighten the sky as soon as possible. If I succeed, Big Sister Yulan can use her 6 realms ding to suppress the Black Stone Divine Venerable. Chen Xiang activated the power of 15 spatial divine deity and teleported to that secret location in the Black Stone Divine Venerable. After consuming so many heaven-grade divine medicines, he had even swallowed Ah He, but Chen Xiang did not have the time to refine them. In the dark night, Black Stone Divine Venerable was everywhere, and yet they had not come to find him. There's a reaction. Chen Xiang had just eaten a mind pellet before, and now he finally had a reaction. He immediately asked Xiao Yulan, "Sister Yulan, how are you guys now? Your master and senior master are both here. Fortunately they joined us, otherwise, I wouldn't be able to fend off this guy. I don't know why, but this guy suddenly went crazy and kept scolding you." Xiao Yulan replied. "Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian are actually here too." Chen Xiang thought about it, and he was not that surprised, because they had already mentioned before that they were extremely interested in divine nations' treasures. "Where's Yuer, Imperial Concubine Lien and Sister Hongke?" Imperial Concubine Lien and Sister Hongke were both injured previously. Are they all right? Chen Xiang asked again. That B, A-S-T, A-R. D. Xiao Yuanbing also brought people here. I was fighting with them. Your master and senior is really powerful, actually suppressing the Black Stone Divine Venerable. Xiao Yulan said. Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian are both undead divine race S. After living for so many years, they must have decent strength. Sister Yulan, I have already escaped and even killed Ah He. That's why Black Stone Divine Venerable went crazy earlier. You send a sound transmission to my master, telling them to stall the Black Stone Divine Venerable no matter what. As long as it's night time, that guy can easily find me. Chen Xiang said. I am currently H.I+ing to a place that has secrets related to him. Maybe I can bring him back in the day. This B.A.S.T.A.R.D's strength in the dark of the night is extremely terrifying. Alright, I will definitely delay him. The moment 6 realms ding came to this place, for some reason, she became even more powerful. Xiao Yulan replied. I'm stronger, you don't have to worry about me. After learning about Xiao Yulan's current situation, Chen Xiang could feel at ease to explore the Black Stone Divine Venerable's secret. However, he couldn't waste any time. He needed to hurry up and make a move. Not long after, he teleported next to a fissure in the ground. It's here. Chen Xiang stood by the side of the crevice. It was now night, and this crevice was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom, as he didn't even know what was underneath. Ah He had come here several times, but each time, he would only stand on this side. Could this be the core of the earth that leads to the 9-star God realm? The 9 Earth stage stars S of the 9 Gods nation were all empty, and if they entered the Earth core, they would be teleported to this place. Could it be that the core of the 9-star God has already been fused and is wrapped around the bottom of this 9-star God realm? Chen Xiang suddenly came up with this idea. He had a better understanding of the core of the Earth, and would frequently devour each other, and with the 9 heaven world constantly devouring other worlds, that was why he had this thought. Chen Xiang took a deep breath, and jumped into the mysterious crack in the ground that was filled with darkness. Chen Xiang took a deep breath, and jumped into the mysterious crack in the ground that was filled with darkness. The medicinal power of the heaven-grade divine medicine and Ah-Hei's strength should be able to help me condense 2 or 3 divine deity. While Chen Xiang was descending, he channeled his star S.Hi plus Fting technique to refine it. Because he did not eat 9 yin and yang dan, he was unable to condense his life-killing divine deity, and could only condense spatial divine deity or celestial divine deity. He was condensing spatial divine deity, but it was not that fast. It was because he could not condense profound energy wholeheartedly, so his speed was extremely slow. After landing for a while, Chen Xiang suddenly felt a scorching qi rush. Hi plus-ing towards him. He immediately used his spatial barrier to protect himself. He was worried that this 9-star God realm Earth core was too strong for him to handle. I should be able to confirm that this is the heart of the Earth of the 9-star God realm. What kind of secret is it hiding? Ah-Hei's memories said that the Black Stone Divine Venerable is the guardian of this place. Could it be that the Black Stone Divine Venerable is a earthly beast? Chen Xiang guessed that it was very possible. Only earthly beasts were that scary. Previously, Huolin had told him that if the core and core of the earth fused, both of the core of the earth would have earthly beasts, and a fight would break out. The winner would obtain the opponent's territory, and if the opponent did not die, they would become a slave. When Chen Xiang thought about this, he immediately thought of those black-robed men, who were all extremely powerful. If Yuer had not used Star Moon H.E.L. along with his heavenly magic sword, it would have been difficult for them to deal with them. I understand, the Black Stone Divine Venerable is a earthly beast. Chen Xiang had experienced the terror of earthly beast, especially that Black Stone Divine Venerable. It was unexpectedly able to control this world in broad daylight, and it even possessed a very powerful strength. If it's really as I have guessed, then the Divine Nations' treasure also exists. It was just that because the core fused, it disappeared, and 9 GODS nations, 9 earthly beasts, were all defeated by the Black Stone Divine Venerable. The 9 GODS nations' treasures are all here. Chen Xiang's heart suddenly jumped. According to Ah-Hei's memories, the Black Stone Divine Venerable already possessed a large number of divine medicines and all kinds of treasures. This meant even more that Black Stone Divine Venerable had obtained the 9 GODS nations' treasure. No wonder that black-cloaked man from before recognized my heavenly magic sword. It seems like they were originally all at the core of the earth, but they were all defeated by the Black Stone Divine Venerable and became his servants. Chen Xiang was even more excited now. Big Sister Yulan, what's the situation like now? I have to stall that Black Stone Divine Venerable for a while. I have a rough idea of his secret, so I will tell you in detail after I confirm it. Chen Xiang said, Right now I am only guessing, but my guesses are correct. The more he got down there, the more terrifying the heat would be. Chen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors, and stood on top of it while releasing an array formation on top of it to form a protective S.Hi plus ELD to protect him. The formation inside the 6 realms mirrors was still very effective. Chen Xiang no longer felt any heat right now, so he sat on top of it and started to condense his divine deity. Not long after, Chen Xiang felt that he had descended to a red area. There was red fire energy everywhere, just like the center of 9 heaven world. Are we almost there? Chen Xiang laid on the side of the array and looked down. Using his Dao Heart Eye, he was able to see the flame essence not far away. Put on. The 6 realms mirrors sank into the lava and continued to dive deeper. Ah-Hei has never been to this place before. How do I find out the secret behind the Black Stone Divine Venerable's existence? On top of the 6 realms mirrors, Chen Xiang was protected by an array, so even if he sank into the extremely hot flame essence, he would not feel the heat. Just as Chen Xiang was thinking of a way, He suddenly sensed that the Six Realms mirrors was trembling, as if it had discovered something. Previously, when the Six Realms mirrors and the Six Realms ding met, they had this kind of reaction. Can it be that there are 6 divine artifacts here? Chen Xiang was shocked. The 6 divine artifacts were naturally formed divine weapons, possessing extremely powerful and mysterious powers. His current 6 Realms Mirrors S and Xiao Yulan's 6 Realms Ding S were all 6 divine artifacts. He immediately tried to sense the aura in this place. This place was filled with the power of fire, so it was not easy to sense other energies here, so he needed some time. I saw it. Using the Dao Heart Eye, Chen Xiang saw that 6 faint wisps of mist appeared in one direction, which was a little far from him, but he could still vaguely see them. He should be one of the 6 divine artifacts. What was going on? Could it be that the 9GODS nation's treasure trove contained 6 divine artifacts? If that's the case, Black Stone Divine Venerable will never be able to discover it. Chen Xiang was very suspicious. This kind of 6 divine tools was the best if he could keep it by his side. He increased the speed of the 6 realms mirrors, and flew towards that direction. This is... Chen Xiang suddenly imped into a barrier and was repelled by the force of it. The barrier was transparent and fire essence could not enter. He could see that outside the barrier there was a huge green mountain, and on the mountainside there was a gigantic cave. It should be here. This barrier won't trouble me. Chen Xiang unleashed his spatial energy with all his might and teleported in. After he entered, Chen Xiang turned into a wisp of smoke. He was sure that this was the true lair of the Black Stone Divine Venerable and that there was something guarding this place. He turned into red smoke and floated towards the cave at the mountainside. After entering, the 6 realms powers aura became denser and denser. If he obtained another 6 divine tools, it would be the biggest treasure to him. In the depths of the cave, he saw a jade table. On it was a small cup. The small cup was white, and it looked just like Xiao Yulan's 6 realms ding. Can it be that these are the 6 divine artifacts? Chen Xiang didn't dare believe it, because the 6 divine artifacts were just small cups, and were much smaller than the 6 realms mirrors and 6 realms ding he had seen before. However, the dense 6 realms power was truly released from this small cup. He turned into a human and let out a drop of blood. As the fresh blood fused into the small white jade cup, Chen Xiang immediately had a reaction with the small white jade cup. How did he succeed so easily? Chen Xiang quickly came into contact with the small cup. The small cup was called the 6 Realms God Cup, and its main function was to speed up the growth of the plant. Chen Xiang held the 6 Realms God Cup in his hand and looked inside. He was immediately ecstatic because there were a few high-grade divine medicines, high-grade ones, king-grade S, and heaven-grade ones. It was just that it was not much. Now he knew the use of the spirit seed. It was equivalent to fertilizer. High-grade divine medicine, king-grade and heaven-rank medicine, required a very high age to mature. It would need at least several 100,000 years, and some would take up to 1,000,000 years to mature. High-grade divine medicine, king-grade and heaven-rank medicine, required a very high age to mature. It would need at least several 100,000 years, and some would take up to 1,000,000 years to mature. But 6 Realms God Cup S, along with Spirit Seed S, could speed up the maturation process. Previously, when he, LV Chilian and the pill refining team were cultivating in the time formation, they had already tried to concoct high-quality divine medicine, but it was to no avail. Later, after LV Chilian and Feng Yujie discussed it over, they concluded that the limit of the purple pearl could only be matured by Shangping medicine, but it could still replicate higher-quality divine medicine. It just needed a large number of purple pearls. Chen Xiang only saw 6 Realms God Cup here, and did not find any other treasures. He suspected that they were all in the hands of the Black Stone Divine Venerable, and he placed the 6 realms God cup here to absorb the energy in the core of the earth, allowing it to speed up the ripening of high-grade divine medicines. This jade table can actually produce such a rich energy. Is there something underneath? Chen Xiang shook the jade table. It was actually very heavy, and even after using most of his strength, he was unable to move it. As expected, there must be some secret behind this. Chen Xiang took a deep breath, and used the strength of his divine deity to finally move the jade table. The jade table was being sucked in by a force, so it was difficult for him to move it away. Now that he had moved it away, a very rich and pure energy gushed out. This was the energy of the Earth's core. Chen Xiang had stayed in the core of the 9 heaven world before, so only the core of the earth could produce such power. There was a hole at the bottom of the jade table. He waited for the force of the gush to lessen, then jumped in. Below was the belly of the mountain. It was a very spacious area, and in the air floated 3 very small balls of light. At this moment, these 3 balls of light were enveloped by a very large black ball of light. That's why it's dark. I didn't expect there to be such a formation that can control the night and day. Chen Xiang took out his heavenly magic sword and jumped into the air, then slashed at the black ball. Boom! The gigantic black ball wasn't very hard at all. Chen Xiang used the meteor immortal power and hacked it into pieces. Chen Xiang, did you do it? Xiao Yulan immediately asked through the power of the consecutive mind pellet. Yes, dawn has arrived. Chen Xiang laughed. Take advantage of the situation and kill that bastard. Only by killing him will we be able to leave this place. If not with him around, we won't be able to leave this place easily. As Huang Jintian and the others fought, the sky suddenly became bright. He and Huang Yantian had been dealing with Black Stone Divine Venerable, and they knew that Black Stone Divine Venerable had left many times, but these 2 brothers were not weak. They used their Sky Spill Divine powers together and released their Sky Spill domain to trap the Black Stone Divine Venerable. Previously, Xiao Yulan had told them twice that it was Chen Xiang who wanted to delay the Black Stone Divine Venerable, so they did as he said. It was already dawn, and they could see how fluid tiered and exasperated the Black Stone Divine Venerable was. Huang Jintian and the others immediately understood that the Black Stone Divine Venerable knew that Chen Xiang was messing things up, so they wanted to return quickly, but were dragged along. After daybreak, the Black Stone Divine Venerable's power had indeed dropped by a lot. Little girl, this guy is afraid of your cauldron. Go deal with him, Huang Jintian said, and regardless of whether Xiao Yulan agreed, Huang Yantian immediately ran over and released a Sky Spill domain, imprisoning the 6 of them inside. There were 8 of them in front of Xiao Yuanbing. After Chen Xiang and Yuer had secretly attacked, they had killed 2 of them. Xiao Yulan's 6 realms Ding had become very strong, and 2 of them had been injured by her just now. Alright, you guys be careful. Xiao Yulan immediately went over to Huang Jintian's side and handed the situation over to him. Huang Yantian did not need to beat them up. He only needed to trap them for a while. Ned woman, don't think that my Blackstone only has this much ability. The Black Stone Divine Venerable was furious. His pill furnace had been destroyed by Chen Xiang, his 6 realms God cup stolen by Chen Xiang, and the night had been destroyed by Chen Xiang. He was extremely regretful that he had not been personally refined by Chen Xiang previously. Black Stone Divine Venerable roared. Black chi surged from his body, his eyes turned red, and a bitter killing intent surged out, enveloping everyone present, causing them to be extremely terrified. This guy. He's transforming. Huang Jintian replied, he's a beast. Xiao Yulan shouted. Her body shone with a white light, and the white jade six realms ding had already become as big as a small mountain. It floated in the air, continuously rotating. At the same time, streams of white light shot out like arrows of light towards Black Stone Divine Venerable. The black aura on Black Stone Divine Venerable's body suddenly exploded, producing a wave of energy that shattered the light arrows released by the Six Realms Divine Palace. After the black chi exploded, Black Stone Divine Venerable had turned into a beast. He was actually a very large ape with a body full of black stones. All of you must die. Black Stone Divine Venerable's voice became Hoa. Rs.En.Lo. He looked at Xiao Yulan's six realms ding, then opened his mouth and spat out a black light. Xiao Yulan immediately infused more power into the six realms ding, allowing it to unleash even more power. When the black light hit the six realms ding, it caused it to shake violently. The white light that had gathered outside the divine furnace began to explode. The light scattered in all directions, and when a fist-sized ball of light landed on the ground, it created a very large crater. The black light that was sprayed out by Black Stone Divine Venerable's mouth was blocked, but the black light did not stop SMAs. Plus-ing into a large mountain range in the distance, only letting out a loud explosion that shook the entire sky. A large group of black devils like water waves rippled out, and the countless gigantic mountains that spanned tens of thousands of miles were pushed back by the black ripples in the blink of an eye. This guy has become much stronger, Huang Jintian said. Although he was also powerful, he was not a combat type, he was only a sky spill master, and he did not have any powerful divine weapons by his side. Xiao Yulan controlled the divine furnace to produce 8 of them, which struck from all directions towards Black Stone Divine Venerable's head. Although Black Stone Divine Venerable had turned into a giant ape, his movements were extremely nimble. He quickly waved his fists and knocked away the 8 cauldrons. The 6 people over there, if you want the treasures here, then come with me. There is a very terrifying weapon hidden here. As long as you can obtain it, we can easily kill them. The furious Black Stone Divine Venerable recovered his sense and spoke to Xiao Yuanbing and the others. Then, he spat out a ray of black light towards Huang Yantian, shattering that sky spill domain. Come here. Black Stone Divine Venerable knew that Xiao Yulan and the others were not easy to deal with, and now was the time to need a strong helper. Xiao Yuanshan and the others had lost 2 people, and they were even heavily injured. Since Xiao Yulan's 6 realms divine palace had become so powerful, he could already defeat them. And the Black Stone Divine Venerable was so terrifying they needed this kind of help as well. Xiao Yuanshan and the others immediately rushed over. Black Stone Divine Venerable's mouth constantly shot out powerful black light at Xiao Yulan, preventing Xiao Yulan from attacking Xiao Yuanshan and the others. Black Stone Divine Venerable released a ball of black aura that enveloped Xiao Yuanshan and the others before coldly saying, "Remember this, I will definitely let you live a life worse than death." After that, the ball of black aura disappeared, as did Black Stone Divine Venerable and Xiao Yuanshan. Yue brought Imperial Concubine Lian and Xiao Hongke out of the spatial crack, and Yue said seriously, "This is a core evil beast, it's extremely scary. The earthly beast generally guard a world, and the core evil beast want to swallow this world, and become the G.O.D. that rules the world." After Xiao Yulan saw Black Stone Divine Venerable leave, he anxiously asked, "Where are you?" Black Stone Divine Venerable is cooperating with Xiao Yuanbing and the others. He should be back by now. You have to be careful, if they work together, it will be hard to deal with them. After Xiao Yulan saw Black Stone Divine Venerable leave, he anxiously asked, "Where are you?" Black Stone Divine Venerable is cooperating with Xiao Yuanbing and the others. He should be back by now. You have to be careful, if they work together, it will be hard to deal with them. I've already left the Earth's core. I'm outside. After Chen Xiang destroyed Black Stone Divine Venerable's black ball, he immediately left Earth core. He was surprised. Xiao Yuanbing and the others could work with the Black Stone Divine Venerable for a good reason. If they were to face Xiao Yulan alone, they had no chance of winning. Black Stone Divine Venerable said that there is a very terrifying weapon hidden here. As long as we can obtain this, we can easily take care of it. Xiao Yulan asked again, "Do you know anything about this?" For Chun Xiang to know about the weakness of the Black Stone Divine Venerable, it meant that Chun Xiang definitely knew a lot of things related to this world. "I know, this matter is a little complicated, and it is all the Black Stone Divine Venerable's predictions. Allegedly, a long time ago, 9GODS Nation, adding on the fact that the 6 divine nations S from before and the 11 stars that were the 9 heavens divine nations S were all one, they were separated later on due to other reasons. Now that the 6 Dao star and the 9 heavens have been destroyed, there are only 9 planets left." Qin Xiang said, "When I first created this grand world, I also left behind some powerful divine weapons. For example, your 6 realms Ding and my 6 realms mirrors were both born from this world when it was created." Xiao Yulan listened carefully. All of these were related to the secrets of the 9-star God realm. The place where we are now is the most central place in that large world that we were in all those years ago, called the 9-star God realm by the Black Stone Divine Venerable. Not long after, the 9 great stars that the 9GODS nation is on will collide and fuse together. Qin Xiang learnt everything from Ahei's memories. At that time, he was also very surprised the star realm where the 9GODS nation was on actually had such a history. If the 9 stars fused, then the situation would become even more complicated. The day where the 9 stars fuse is the day the Chuang's HI plus artifact will be born. Qin Xiang said. "Chuang's HI plus artifact? Do you know what your specific capabilities are?" Xiao Yulan asked in shock. She never thought that this place would actually have such a treasure, and such a powerful one at that. "I don't know. In short, the 6 divine artifacts we use are all born from the influence of Chuang's HI plus artifact," Qin Xiang said. "That Black Stone Divine Venerable thinks that the creation God weapon is somewhere hidden here. If we don't find it in advance, when the 9 stars merge, the Chuang's HI plus artifact will appear in a very high profile. At that time, there will definitely be many experts fighting for it." Qin Xiang now planned to search everywhere. If the Chuang's HI plus artifact fell into the hands of the Black Stone Divine Venerable, the 9 heaven world would also be ruled by the Black Stone Divine Venerable. So that's how it is. This 9-star divine realm is a world bred from within the heart of the earth. No wonder it's so strange. But this has also sealed the Black Stone Divine Venerable here. If he obtained the Chuang's HI plus artifact, he would be able to leave this place. Xiao Yulan said. "Amen, let's split up now and search. See if we can find that Chuang's HI plus artifact before the 9-star fusion takes place. Our 6 divine tools are all related to Chuang's HI plus artifact, so the chances of finding them are even greater. Also, let my master calculate whether or not you can find out where it is." Qin Xiang still had another concern, which was to give up on the 9 divine Lord S. These 9 divine Lord S had ruled the 9 planets for many years and also possessed peak strength, so they definitely knew something. Although they were going to look for the path to longevity, it was rather sudden for them to leave. When the 9 stars collided with each other, it would definitely cause a destructive catastrophe. Even if they were Divine Lord S, they would still be unable to stop the power of this great Tao. Could it be that all of 9GODS nations Divine Lord S are here? When Chun Xiang thought of this, his heart became even heavier. 9 divine lords was not a good thing at all. "Sister Yulan, let my master and the others calculate first whether or not the 9 divine Lord S are all here. I suspect that they have long since come here to search for Chuang's HI plus artifact. Chen Xiang immediately transmitted his voice to Xiao Yulan. Hearing Chen Xiang say that, Xiao Yulan was shocked. It was not impossible. The 9 Divine Lords were the ones who understood the 9 stars the best, and might already know a few things. They might even want to keep it for themselves and not let the great National Master know, so that they could create some treasure and let the great National Master door fight them, and then they would be able to go and look for the Chuangs. HI plus artifact in peace. I'll let them calculate it right now, Xiao Yulan said. Chen Xiang came to a quiet place and took out the 6 Realms God cup and 6 Realms mirrors. He wanted to use these 2 6 Daos divine equipment to sense the location of the Chuangs. HI plus artifact. Several hours later, Xiao Yulan transmitted news. It's just as you guessed, 9 Divine Lords is indeed here, Sai. She was very clear about Chen Xiang's personality. At that time, Chen Xiang would definitely want to fight with her father for the Chuangs. HI plus artifact. Her 6 Realms ding was only repaired after Chen Xiang and the others helped her. If her royal father asked for it back from her, she did not know whether she should return it or not. Chen Xiang heard Xiao Yulan sigh and said, "No need to think too much. When the time comes, you just have to hide, and let Yue hide you. As long as you don't see her, there's no need to make any difficult decisions." Did they figure out where the Chuangs HI plus artifact were? It can't be calculated because that thing is outside of their range of power. It can't be calculated, Xiao Yulan said. I don't plan on continuing my search. Yue and the others should hide together with me. I'm also very tired these past few days. After all, she still had a little feelings for her royal father. Xiao Yulan had already dispersed the effects of the mind-connecting pill, and she had already decided not to partake. 1p8 in this matter, waiting for the Chuangs HI plus artifact to be born, for the 9 stars to fuse, and then leave this place. Looks like only the appearance of the Chuangs HI plus artifact is able to leave this place. I wonder how it is going outside. Chen Xiang sighed and continued to use the 6 Realms mirrors to sense. After a few days, a weak roar suddenly came out of Chen Xiang's mind, as though something was calling for him. Could it be that the Chuangs HI plus artifact is calling me? Chen Xiang opened his eyes. He was overjoyed, and then he calmed himself down and carefully determined the direction of the sound. After that, he left the cave and teleported in the direction of the sound. Chen Xiang was extremely excited along the way, because he also wanted to see how powerful the Chuangs HI plus artifact were. Right now, he had 2 6 Daos divine equipment and all 6 of them had very strong abilities. As for Chuangs HI plus artifact, they were stronger than the 6 Daos divine equipment, so they were definitely not that much weaker. Although Chen Xiang had absorbed Ahei's memories, he was still not familiar with the 9-star God realm, because Ahei himself did not walk very often within the 9-star God realm. Right now, he also did not know what dangers lay ahead. Although Chen Xiang had absorbed Ahei's memories, he was still not familiar with the 9-star God realm, because Ahei himself did not walk very often within the 9-star God realm. Right now, he also did not know what dangers lay ahead. Is it a Chuangs HI plus artifact? How could it be so easy for me to find it? Chen Xiang felt that it was too easy. He could hear the sound of the person calling him getting closer and closer, as if he could get it at any time. In half a day, he had reached that place. Right below here? Chen Xiang was on top of a flat wasteland, and the whistling sound in his mind was very clear. He took out the heavenly magic sword and began to dig. He was not sure if it was a Chuangs HI plus artifact or not, so he did not dare to use too much strength to dig, and could only dig bit by bit. If it wasn't a Chuangs HI plus artifact, then it was something else. What Chen Xiang found strange was that the 3 suns hanging in the sky were becoming hotter and hotter. When he first came in, He had never felt such a scorching heat before, but now the heat was making him sweat profusely. What's going on? Could it be that the 9 stars have started to fuse? Chen Xiang was shocked. If it was like this, then the thing he was digging for did not have any big reaction. Could it be that this thing isn't a Chuang's HI plus artifact? Chen Xiang started to doubt it, but he had to dig it out, because this thing was calling him back. It must have some other mysterious ability, otherwise it would not be possible for him to sense it from such a long distance. After digging for an entire day, Chen Xiang dug out a deep hole. There was no night here. He had been exposed to the sun for an entire day, and the scorching sun had made him unable to endure it. Why is it suddenly so hot? Chen Xiang suspected that it was because of the black stone divine venerable. He could control all of these. He dug for another hour before he suddenly sensed an aura overflowing from below. He hurriedly put away the heavenly magic sword and started to dig with his hands. Not long after, a light green bead appeared. This bead was only the size of an apple and was completely green. It was emitting a very peculiar aura. It was unknown what kind of energy it was. This is the Chuang's HI plus artifact? The corner of Chen Xiang's mouth twitched. He had been busy for so long, yet the thing he dug out did not look like a powerful Chuang's HI plus artifact at all. What exactly is this thing? Chen Xiang's mind was full of questions. When he sent his consciousness in, he did not discover anything, but other than the aura emitted by the pearl, there was nothing else special about it. He walked out of the hole and came to a rock. Then, he threw the green bead in his hand towards it. When he threw the bead, the impact was so great that it embedded itself into the rock. So strong. Chen Xiang took it out and used the Dao Heart Eye to examine it carefully. He could only see a green thing, but he did not know what kind of energy it was. He was sure that the thing that was calling him was this green bead, but it wasn't the Chuang's HI plus artifact, which made him very disappointed. Maybe it's hiding something good inside. It's just a protective SHELL. Chen Xiang placed the green bead on the ground, took out heavenly magic sword, and raised it up high, then slashed at the green bead. Chen Xiang originally thought that this bead was very strdy and would need more slashes to be effective, but just as he was about to curse out loud, the pieces of the green bead emitted a burst of light and rushed into the heavenly magic sword S. This is... What a strange power! Chen Xiang held the heavenly magic sword and felt a bizarre power entering his body, entering into his divine sense. What was inconceivable to him was that the heavenly magic sword was actually trembling violently, as if it was extremely excited. The heavenly magic sword is also absorbing this strange energy. Chen Xiang was shocked. The green bead was not as weak as he had imagined it to be, and the power released after it shattered was extremely strange. The majority of it was absorbed by the heavenly magic sword, because it was the heavenly magic sword that hacked it into pieces. As Chen Xiang held the heavenly magic sword, he had also absorbed a lot of it. He did not know what use this kind of bizarre energy had. In short, when he entered his divine sense, he became very docile. This light green-colored fog quickly found his hidden divine deity and wrapped around part of his divine deity. What's the use? Chen Xiang suddenly felt an extremely vast energy of heaven and earth gus. HI plus ing from beneath his feet, entering into his body, while the heavenly magic sword's hand that was struggling free was inserted into the soil. Chen Xiang suddenly realized that he couldn't control himself and started to absorb the energy used to create this barrier. The heavenly magic sword that was stuck in the ground started to sway continuously. Its body was covered by a green light. Is the heavenly magic sword and I absorbing the energy of the land? Chen Xiang immediately sat down cross-legged and relaxed his entire body, so that he could absorb the energy faster. He also realized that the energy that he had consumed from the heaven-grade divine medicine ants devouring had actually been refined by the light green mist that had entered into his body. Before, he was very disappointed with the bead, but now, he knew he was wrong. The bead had a very strange and powerful power, and now, he felt that his body was being remodeled. The heavenly magic sword is becoming stronger. Although Chen Xiang did not hold the heavenly magic sword, he could feel that he was connected to it. This isn't a Chuang's HI plus artifact, but it definitely has something to do with the Chuang's HI plus artifact. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to rely on these 2-6 Daos to sense the existence of this pearl. Chen Xiang was secretly happy at this moment, because he did not come here for nothing. Although he was not a Chuang's HI plus artifact, he felt that this thing was as powerful as the Chuang's HI plus artifact. Right now, he had to coordinate with that energy to cultivate because this was an opportunity. If he missed it, then he might not have another chance in the future. At the same time, he wanted to understand what the power was used for. Just when he was worried that someone would come, a flash suddenly appeared before his eyes, and his surroundings suddenly became a vast expanse of whiteness. He was already in ASP, AC, as if there was a mysterious force protecting him, opening up ASP, AC for him to hide. Chen Xiang could finally be at ease. He closed his eyes and did not know how much time had passed, but he could feel a very violent vibration during this period of time. The 9 stars began to fuse. The 3 suns in the sky slowly merged together, actually fusing together. As they fused together, the burst of sunlight became even more intense, burning the earth. Chen Xiang was in a small S.P. AC and did not know what was happening outside. Otherwise, he would have been burnt to ashes. Chen Xiang allowed the light green mysterious energy to flow freely in the divine sense sea. After many days of cultivation, he finally understood the use of this energy. Chen Xiang allowed the light green mysterious energy to flow freely in the divine sense sea. After many days of cultivation, he finally understood the use of this energy. It was actually replicating his divine deity. He originally only had 30 life-killing divine deity, but with the replication of that energy, he actually gained 20 additional life-killing divine deity. With the help of that surge of energy, he already possessed 90 divine deity. Furthermore, the other party's profound strength was at the same level as Yunche. 50 life-killing divine deity, 20 spatial divine deity, and 20 constellation divine deity. What a terrifying power! Is this the true power of creation? Until now, Chen Xiang still did not know what that pearl was. The most terrifying thing about this power was that it could help Chen Xiang replicate so many divine deity in such a short amount of time. It has already disappeared. I don't absorb much of that kind of energy, but it can raise me by so many people. It's just too terrifying. Chen Xiang suddenly looked towards the heavenly magic sword at the side. At this time, the protective S.P. AC had disappeared, and the heavenly magic sword was still stuck in the ground. But when Chen Xiang looked at this sword, he did not know why he felt fear, even though this heavenly magic sword was his. When he reached out his hand inexplicably trembled. When he held onto the sword hilt, he felt as if the heaven and earth were collapsing. The heavenly magic sword's energy was too terrifying, so he quickly retracted his hand. Just a slight touch was enough to scare Chen Xiang to the point that his face turned pale. This sword is mine. Chen Xiang took a deep breath and suddenly reached out. The heavenly magic sword was trembling, as if it was unwilling to give in to Chen Xiang. At this moment, Chen Xiang was also sweating profusely, because that force was resisting him. The heavenly magic sword herself recognizes me, but the powerful force that just poured into it does not. Do you think I'm too weak? Chen Xiang held onto the heavenly magic sword tightly and pulled it out. Just as he pulled out the heavenly magic sword, the ground shook violently and collapsed. There are still no sword tips. Chen Xiang had already seen the heavenly magic sword's sword tip. The heavenly magic sword in his hand was like a fish jumping around, trying to break free from his grasp. "I don't believe that I can't suppress you," Chen Xiang shouted loudly. The 99 divine deity within the divine sense sea began to tremble, as they absorbed the 6 realms' power that was as vast as the ocean, transforming into a powerful divine power. Chen Xiang used this power to grab onto the heavenly magic sword that was about to struggle free. At first, Chen Xiang held it very steadily, but then the heavenly magic sword started to tremble violently and it quickly became violent again. It could break free from Chen Xiang's grasp at any time and fly away. In order to tame the current heavenly magic sword, Chen Xiang had to think twice. The tighter he held onto it, the more the heavenly magic sword struggled. "I must tame you." Chen Xiang didn't know why, but after the heavenly magic sword absorbed the green bead's power, it actually became so terrifying, it was multiple times stronger than before, and its strength was so strong that even he could not imagine it. Chen Xiang used all his strength, but he was still unable to suppress the heavenly magic sword. Just as the heavenly magic sword was about to leave his hand, Chen Xiang suddenly heard a beast roar coming from deep within the divine sense sea. It was the roar of the 5 beasts. This roar was very familiar to Chen Xiang, it was filled with nostalgia. "It's them." Chen Xiang's heart trembled. These 5 beasts were the beast statues in his dantian back then, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise and the giant elephant in the middle. "Is this my second divine sense? Chen Xiang did not know why, but he suddenly felt a sense of guilt in the depths of his heart. It was because this was the cultivation path that he had walked back then, but in the end, he decided to take another path and make these 5 beast statue disappear along with whom he had been training with for a long time. Hearing the 5 beasts roar together, the heavenly magic sword suddenly stabilized and did not struggle anymore. At this time, Chen Xiang established a connection with the heavenly magic sword once again. Heavenly magic swords were formed from the fusion of the 5 elements' divine weapons, and when Chen Xiang heard the 5 beasts roar deep within divine sense sea, he became more docile. "Where are you?" Chen Xiang shouted in his heart. He did not expect that he did not cultivate any more 5 beast statue, but they were still following him, and he had always felt that he had another divine sense sea, which was actually where these 5 beast statue hid. "We've always been in your heart." The 5 beasts suddenly spoke. Chen Xiang clenched his fists tightly and unknowingly shed tears. "Sorry, I gave up on you all back then, but you still followed me. You are our master. No matter what decision you make, we will not blame you. Although you have given up on us, you can still become very powerful. We are very pleased." The 5 beasts replied in unison, "We will wait for you. As long as you open up the second divine sense sea, you will be able to see us again. At that time, we will accompany you to roam the world again. Thank you for your support." Chen Xiang wiped off his tears and couldn't help but think back to the time he walked here all those years ago. The 5 beast statue had always been with him and had also possessed his own spirituality, but he actually didn't notice this. Chen Xiang looked at the sky and muttered to himself, "The 9 stars have already been fused, that Chuang's HI plus artifact should have already been born." He closed his eyes, and after a moment of sensing, he discovered that there was a very powerful aura in one of them. "Is it over there? Let's go over and take a look." Chen Xiang immediately teleported over. As they got closer to that direction, the strong auras became clearer and clearer, the auras of many experts mixed together. "Black Stone Divine Venerable, 9 Divine Lords?" Chen Xiang could discern the Black Stone Divine Venerable from them, but other than the Black Stone Divine Venerable, there were also many other extremely powerful auras. Chen Xiang did not know how long he took to absorb the green bead's energy, but so much had happened here. After a while, he suddenly heard a noisy sound. After listening carefully, he realized that the sound was very familiar. Xiao Yulan, royal father, has made it clear that the divine cauldron belongs to him. This was Xiao Yuanbing's voice. Chen Xiang frowned. He had already told Xiao Yulan to hide and not get involved in this matter. He never thought that Xiao Yulan would actually still be involved in this. He also did not expect that the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord would actually let Xiao Yuanbing and the others take back the 6 realms ding. The Divine Cauldron was given to me by him in the past. It was already destroyed at that time, and I found someone to repair it. It has already been recognized as my master, and it belongs to me. If he wants it back, then ask him to kill me himself. Xiao Yulan's voice was very cold, and it was obvious that she had already lost all hope in her royal father, and had actually reneged. Previously, Chen Xiang still had a trace of goodwill towards the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord, but now, it seemed that the fellow who could make his own children kill each other was not human at all. Don't think that royal father doesn't dare to kill you. He is currently S.N. A.T.C. Hing away the Chuangs. H.I. plus artifact S. He just doesn't have time to come. He gave me his Emperor Ding, so I came here to deal with you. Xiao Yuanbing laughed madly. Xiao Yulan, those 2 old fellows are not here. Imperial concubine Lian is weak, you are not my match, so just surrender. Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian were not together with Xiao Yulan, but Xiao Yuanbing had added 3 people, so he still had a very powerful cauldron in his hands. Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian were not together with Xiao Yulan, but Xiao Yuanbing had added 3 people, so he still had a very powerful cauldron in his hands. Xiao Yulan's pressure was huge, and it was fortunate that Yuer had hidden the both of them. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to split her focus to protect the both of them in a battle like this. Don't think that just because Royal Father gave you the 6 realms ding, that it meant that he valued you greatly. You must know that back then, the 6 realms ding was nothing but a piece of straws. Plus I admit that Royal Father once treated you very well, but it's different now. Xiao Yuanbing took out a golden cauldron. This was Emperor Ding, one of the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord's 3 divine cauldrons. Xiao Yulan said, I am not surprised that he would change. He is a very fickle person. But don't think that just because I'm his daughter, I don't dare to rebel against him. Looks like you aren't willing to obediently hand over the 6 realms ding. Don't blame me for being impolite. Royal Father said that no matter what, I must take back the 6 realms ding. The Emperor Ding in Xiao Yuanbing's hand suddenly flashed with a gold light. Go! Xiao Yuanbing controlled the Emperor Ding to instantly rush over and smashed onto Xiao Yulan's body. At the same time, the 8 Divine King Great National Master S beside Xiao Yuanbing all attacked in succession. The multicolored divine weapon in their hands was like a tide as they attacked Xiao Yulan from all directions. Her expression was solemn as the divine sense C in her body fused with the 6 realms ding. The divine cauldron quickly rotated, and in an instant, a huge vortex of white light appeared. Had never seen such a beautiful woman before. The powerful suction force caused the thick clouds in the sky and the thick earth on the ground to twist, swallowing the heavens and sucking the earth. The divine weapon and the strong Emperor Ding were affected, but they were still like an unstoppable mighty wave, setting off a berserk aura that emitted a dazzling sunlight as it charged towards Xiao Yulan like lightning. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of tremors rang out, as if the heaven and earth were wailing in grief. The 2 terrifying powers collided. The power that exploded mercilessly tore apart the earth, causing mountains to collapse and the sky to rumble. Floating above the 6 realms ding, Xiao Yulan had a stern expression. Her soft and beautiful long hair was accompanied by the fluttering of her white dress, as if she had merged with the world which was raging with the wind. The 6 realms ding below her was shaking violently, causing white light waves to surge out, dispersing the energy left behind by Xiao Yuanbing and the others. She won't be able to hold on for long. Xiao Yuanbing caught the Emperor Ding that was rebounded back, and his arms went numb. He had to admit, if he fought alone, Xiao Yulan, who had the 6 realms Ding, would be able to instantly kill him. Chen Xiang looked from afar, to see blood trickling out of the corner of Xiao Yulan's mouth. His right hand trembled, and heavenly magic sword with no sword tip appeared in a flash. Facing this siege, although Xiao Yulan could block it, he could not hold on for long. If this continued, Xiao Yulan would definitely lose. At this time, Chen Xiang already had 90 divine deity. Adding his 14 bones, he already had the strength to contend against Xiao Yuanbing and the others. Furthermore, after his heavenly magic sword had been modified by the mysterious green pearl, its power was boundless. Xiao Yulan, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the 6 realms Ding. I guarantee that I won't make things difficult for you. With your current strength, you will definitely be able to lead a good life if you head to Star Law Divine Realm. However, if you continue to persevere, only death awaits you. Xiao Yuanbing tightly gripped the Emperor Ding, and at this time, the Emperor Ding was still trembling. Although the name of the cauldron in Xiao Yuanbing's hands was Emperor Ding, but from the moment he collided with the 6 realms Ding, he could see the disparity in strength. Even if I die, I won't give it to you. The 6 realms Ding was being repaired by Lu Menger and the others. She knew that it was extremely difficult for Lu Menger and the others to repair it, and she had yet to repay them. But now, her royal father had suddenly appeared again, making Xiao Yuanbing, the person she hated the most, come and sn. Atch her 6 realms Ding away. The muscles on Xiao Yuanbing's face twitched. He was extremely furious, and said in a low voice, "You're just a woman, a weak girl, don't meddle in this sort of thing, I'll give you one last chance." Xiao Yuanbing did not want to continue fighting, because if he continued, even if he managed to obtain the 6 realms Ding, he would be heavily injured, and most of the strong warriors on his side would die. "Kill!" Seeing Xiao Yulan's cold expression, Xiao Yuanbing roared. The Emperor Ding in his hand took the lead and attacked first. Within the golden light, his flames of fury burned, bringing about a wave of fire. So many men bullying women. What are they? Chen Xiang suddenly appeared and kicked the incoming Emperor Ding. His entire thigh was Hi+Ning with dragon scales. When he kicked, his leg turned into a roaring fire dragon, releasing a shockingly loud roar, and smashed onto the Emperor Ding. Boom! The Emperor Ding bounced back while trembling, and the wave of flames that it had brought with it was pushed back as well. This wave of fire was already controlled by Chen Xiang, and when he kicked out with his foot, he used the extremely strong meteor immortal power. The 99 divine deity transformed the divine sense C's 6 realms power into a raging flame, rushed out, turned into a berserk fire dragon, roared and churned within the sea of flames, and charged towards Xiao Yuanbing and the others. Chen Xiang. Xiao Yuanbing looked at the heavenly magic sword in Chen Xiang's hands. I never thought that a damaged heavenly magic sword would actually be this powerful. Back then, the moment the heavenly magic sword was damaged, Xiao Yuanbing leaked it out, so he understood the nature of the heavenly magic sword. It's enough to take your dog life, Chen Xiang said lightly. The power in his body surged, and the aura he released intimidated everyone. 90 divine deity. Xiao Yulan was overjoyed and said softly, "You have grown so much." Seeing Chen Xiang suddenly appearing and possessing such powerful strength, Xiao Yulan, who was standing behind Chen Xiang, felt like a huge mountain was standing in front of her, helping her to fend off the raging waves. "Sister Yulan, leave this Xiao Yuanbing to me. It can be considered that I have avenged the heavenly divine lord. You deal with those Tras. Plus Chen Xiang stared at Xiao Yuanbing, and the heavenly magic sword was also furious at this moment. It trembled slightly. The previous owner of the heavenly magic sword was killed by Xiao Yuanbing. The Divine King and the great national master beside Xiao Yuanbing were immediately enraged. They were all rankers with 90 divine deity and above, but they were nothing in Chen Xiang's eyes. Don't move. Although I don't know how he suddenly possessed 90% of divine deity, don't think that just because he possesses a broken sword that he can defeat me. Even if he has a complete heavenly magic sword, killing him would be as easy as flipping my hand. Xiao Yuanbing told the great national master and divine kings not to attack, and Xiao Yulan was also behind him at the same time, so he did not attack. Now was the time for Xiao Yuanbing and Qin Xiang's fight. Wished that the great national master on the other side would not make a move, as it could allow Xiao Yulan to rest for a while. Wished that the great national master on the other side would not make a move, as it could allow Xiao Yulan to rest for a while. The heavenly magic sword was not a match for my father back then, and was damaged by my father. Today, I will completely destroy this sword. At this time, Xiao Yuanbing was holding a Emperor Ding, which allowed him to have more confidence in his own strength. Why didn't you say that your royal father's 6 realms Ding had become trash? Although this sword of mine is broken, it is more than enough to deal with you. The broken cauldron in your hands is not enough to contend against the heavenly magic sword. Chen Xiang knew that the heavenly magic sword had become extremely terrifying, but he himself did not know how strong it was. A fellow who came from a lower realm is already so arrogant. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you know how to refine a few batches of divine pills. Even the old pill Ji. Oh, Di Xiang Hongdao was beaten away by me, let alone you. A alchemist like you should just obediently stay in the pill cultivating room and listen to us like a dog. Xiao Yuanbing did not think that Chen Xiang actually knew about the 6 realms Ding. You often beg for supreme Dan beads like a dog, no wonder you are so resentful. Chen Xiang brandished the heavenly magic sword. I suddenly feel that using this sword to kill you is an insult to this sword. I hope that my heavenly magic sword will not get angry because of taking your dog blood. You die. Xiao Yuanbing was furious. His Emperor Ding suddenly grew big. With a push of his hands, he injected a large amount of God power into it, plusing the Emperor Ding out. The instant the Emperor Ding flew out, it suddenly became as large as a mountain and erupted with a strong pressure, causing the ground that was full of holes to immediately sink dozens of feet. In front of the rapidly approaching giant cauldron, Chen Xiang was as minuscule as sand, but he was not afraid at all. He stood perfectly straight and raised the heavenly magic sword high, his long sword facing the sky as a bolt of heavenly lightning fiercely struck down and poured into the heavenly magic sword. Suddenly, a mass of black clouds appeared in the sky, the rumbling of thunder continued, the lightning struck down densely, a mighty aura burst out from the heavenly magic sword, the powerful aura swept out in all directions, and the Emperor Ding that was ing over was actually stopped by the imposing qi. Chen Xiang's eyes turned red, and following the sound of a dragon's roar coming from the sky, his body released a strong dragon's might. Green dragon slash. Chen Xiang roared, a gigantic green dragon head suddenly appeared from within the black clouds. The green dragon's eyes were flickering with a red light, its dragon whiskers were dancing in the air, bearing its fangs and claws, it looked imposing and majestic, and suddenly dove down from the sky like a ray of green lightning into the heavenly magic sword. Kill! As the azure dragon entered the heavenly magic sword, Chen Xiang slashed at the Emperor Ding in front of him. The moment the heavenly magic sword slashed down, the entire world was suddenly enveloped by the force of the explosion, the power of the shock was everywhere. What was terrifying was that when the shock wave spread out, it actually brought along endless lightning. Like a surging wave, the lightning sword qi suddenly turned into green dragon lightning, striking towards the Emperor Ding. Boom! The sword Qi that had transformed into the mighty green dragon roared and rushed forward, and actually tore apart the seemingly indestructible gigantic Emperor Ding. After that, the entire green dragon sword Qi penetrated into the cauldron, and followed by a violent shock wave that surged out, the gigantic cauldron suddenly exploded, causing a burst of intense golden light, as well as a wave of lightning that rushed in all directions. Xiao Yulan was stunned by the scene in front of her eyes. At this moment, she was inside the Six Realms Ding S, sticking out her head and looking at the unbelievable sight before her. The Six Realms Ding swayed in the aftermath like a small boat in a calm ocean. If Xiao Yulan did not react fast, and quickly hid inside the cauldron, he might have been blown away. In the sky, the dark clouds had dispersed. The three suns that had merged together to form a scorching sun gave off even more intense rays of sunlight. When it shone down, the sky was filled with a dazzling golden crystal. Those were Emperor Ding S that had turned into ashes. Xiao Yuanbing's mouth was full of blood, and the 8 experts who came with him were all blasted away. They looked at the Emperor Ding that had turned into powder, and could not help but feel fear in their hearts. The Emperor Ding was actually turned into ashes by Qin Xiang's sword. Xiao Yulan and Xiao Yuanbing knew very well that out of the 3 divine cauldrons in the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord, one was a Six Realms Ding and the other was this Emperor Ding. And all this time, the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord had rarely used Six Realms Ding. When he was first famous, he mostly used Emperor Ding, but now, he had turned into dust. So what if it's a Emperor Ding? In the end, it will just turn into ashes. Qin Xiang said indifferently. The heavenly magic sword in his hand was even calmer than him. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying power was actually released by this broken sword that did not have a sword tip. Qin Xiang was not surprised at all. If the heavenly magic sword did not have this power, he would have felt it was strange. Sister Yulan, go and clean up those bastards. We must not let them get away. If they run back, they will increase your royal father's power by a lot, so these trash are still quite important to your royal father. Qin Xiang floated in the air, not even sparing the great national master a glance. Emperor Ding was a very strong divine equipment. When he had clashed with Six Realms Ding a moment ago, he did not even manage to injure a single hair of the other party's body. It could be said that the Emperor Ding was a very strong divine weapon. However, the Emperor Ding had been completely destroyed by Qin Xiang. If they were to face the heavenly magic sword on their own, the consequences could be imagined. Xiao Yuanbing no longer had the confidence and imposing manner earlier, there was only fear and jealousy. He also wanted to possess such a powerful divine weapon, so that he would be invincible in this world. Without the heavenly magic sword, you are nothing. Xiao Yuanbing scoffed. You only rely on your powerful divine weapons to bully others. After Xiao Yuanbing finished speaking, he wanted to leave, but he realized that he couldn't move at all. I don't need to use the heavenly magic sword to kill you. I never planned on dirtying the heavenly magic sword from the very beginning. As you wish, I won't use the heavenly magic sword to kill you. After Qin Xiang locked himself in place, he teleported in front of Xiao Yuanbing. His fist was like thunder as it landed directly on Xiao Yuanbing's nose. Meteor immortal power roared and surged out, an earth-shaking explosion came out of it. Xiao Yuanbing's nose was already deeply sunken in, blood flying out of his nose. Xiao Yuanbing was the first prince of the Divine Cauldron Nation. He had over 90 divine deity, but yet he was still slapped in the face by someone else. You're just a little stronger than a fist. Plus, Qin Xiang sneered again and again as he punched out his fist once again. His arm that was filled with double bone level surged out the berserk meteor immortal power, and as if it was a falling star, his strength struck the side of Xiao Yuanbing's face. After the explosion, Xiao Yuanbing was no longer the same as before. He was shaken by the power of the explosion until he bled profusely from all 7 orifices. God slaughtering dragon punishment, dragon fire burning God. Chen Xiang unleashed his heavenly dragon seal. Right now, heavenly dragon seal did not need to gather in the air because Chen Xiang's divine sense had a vast 6 realms power, and the heavenly dragon seal's power could be condensed inside the divine sense. Right now, heavenly dragon seal did not need to gather in the air because Chen Xiang's divine sense had a vast 6 realms power, and the heavenly dragon seal's power could be condensed inside the divine sense. Once Chen Xiang's heavenly dragon seal was used, its body emitted many piercing flames, which turned into countless small fire dragons that spewed out. The small dragons merged together and finally formed a large fire dragon covered with profound runes, and pierced through Xiao Yuanbing's body. Xiao Yuanbing was hit twice on the head and he was in a daze, but after the fire dragon entered his body, it made him suddenly scream miserably. His entire body was ignited by the flames. He was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. Xiao Yulan had only just controlled his 6 realms ding to attack, but Chen Xiang had already dealt with Xiao Yuanbing. Amongst the 8 rankers that followed Xiao Yuanbing, there were the great national master S and also the princes of the divine cauldron nation F. These princes were all first-tier divine kings, and in the divine cauldron nation's eyes, excluding the great national master S and the divine lord S, these princes were the strongest. But now they were scared stiff by Chen Xiang's methods. Even if it was the divine lord S in their eyes, they were not that scary. At the very least, divine lord S could not just casually turn Emperor Ding into powder. "Let's go!" an old man shouted. He immediately wanted to escape, and the others also followed suit. Xiao Yulan's movements was extremely quick. He controlled the 6 realms divine palace to smash the old man into pieces. Chen Xiang immediately released SPAC domain, covering a large area. The people who were trying to escape were all teleported back by him. "What are you doing? Xiao Yuanbing is already dead. He was the one who instigated us to deal with you before. It has nothing to do with us," a middle-aged man said in fear. This was a great national master. "But you nearly killed me, and heavily injured imperial concubine Lian and Hongke. If it wasn't for me turning the tide with all my might, they would have already been killed by you. Let alone the fact that all of you joined hands to destroy my Jade Cauldron Palace, and all of the people who followed me for all these years were slaughtered by you. Even though I am a woman, I will definitely not be merciful to any of you." Xiao Yulan's divine cauldron split into multiple parts, and with dense killing intent, they collided with the few people present. Chen Xiang teleported, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. Seeing that someone was injured by the 6 realms ding, he immediately teleported, using a heavenly dragon seal's palm to blast them away, causing them to be tormented by the burning pain. This was how they treated the people inside the Jade Cauldron Palace previously. Initially, she had even gone into hiding and no longer cared about what happened outside. She only wanted to quietly wait for the commotion to pass. But who knew that Xiao Yuanbing would come find them and surround them? "All of you die." Xiao Yulan controlled the 6 realms ding, and smashed the people who were burnt to death one by one, turning them into ashes. A moment later, Xiao Yuanbing and the rest were all gone, their souls scattered and the land returned to tranquility, but the place they were in was no longer the same as before. Yue appeared along with the pale imperial concubine Lian and Xiao Hongke. "Brat, you've become even stronger." Imperial concubine Lian was heavily injured. Her beautiful face did not have the slightest hint of blood color, but she still revealed a faint and charming smile to Chen Xiang. "Sigh, everything will be over. It's good that everyone is still alive." Chen Xiang walked over and caressed her face with a bit of heartache. "Go rest in the ring." Imperial concubine Lian nodded, then went in with Xiao Hongke. Yue was still outside, and she asked in astonishment, "What happened to you? Why did you suddenly become so powerful? that Xiao Yuanbing is just trash in your eyes. Chen Xiang laughed. I don't know either. I just got a strange pearl and it merged with the heavenly magic sword. I also absorbed a bit of the pearl's power and it became so powerful. Sister Yulan, are you all right? Chen Xiang asked as she looked at the messy battlefield. She looked very tired. It's fine, I'm just very tired. Xiao Yulan looked at the 6 realms ding in his hand and sighed. Even so, this 6 realms ding still hasn't acknowledged me. I want to find a new master for him. You don't want it? Although I do not approve of you, but it will allow you to have very strong power, so won't you regret it in the future? Chen Xiang laughed, then the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord went back on his word. No regrets? You think I'm like that guy? To be honest, I grew up in that kind of environment. I didn't want to be part of the struggle, or else I would die. Now that the Divine Cauldron Nation is no longer here, I think I can rest as well. Xiao Yulan Pas, said the 6 realms ding over to Chen Xiang. Take it, it seems the 6 realms ding is more suitable for you. Seeing that Xiao Yulan had made his decision, Chen Xiang could only accept it, but when he touched the 6 realms ding, it shook slightly and Chen Xiang also retreated a few steps. Seems like this 6 realms ding really rejects me. Chen Xiang laughed bitterly. This is not suitable for me either. How about this, I recommend you giving it to someone. Did you mention the woman with the emperor's heart before? Xiao Yulan asked. Yes, she's with Xian Xian and the others now. I told you about the Hundreds of Flowers village before. Chen Xiang said. This 6 realms ding was repaired by Lu Menger and the others. Maybe the 6 realms ding only recognized females. Alright, leave this place, and I, Imperial Concubine Lian, Hongke and I will go to Hundreds of Flowers village. Baifeng is also there, we can reunite at that time. Xiao Yulan said. Yue laughed, Sister Yulan, I am very popular in Hundreds of Flowers village. When the time comes, I will introduce some friends to you. Xiao Yulan caressed Yue with a light smile, then asked Chen Xiang to send her into the ring. Where are my master and the others? Where did you go? Chen Xiang asked. They have gone to fight for the Chuangs. HI plus artifact. They should be with the 9 Emperor. Yue said. Could it be that you don't know where the Chuangs HI plus artifact is? I'll bring you there. When the Chuangs HI plus artifact was born, we could all sense it. Yue pointed in a direction. Chen Xiang nodded his head, and then placed Yue into his serene demon ring. He then activated his SPAC wind, and headed towards the location of the Chuangs HI plus artifact. On the way, he was still pondering about what the green pearl was previously, because it wasn't a Chuangs HI plus artifact. The real Chuangs HI plus artifact had already been born, and the 9 Divine Lords were fighting with the Black Stone Divine Venerable over there. There was only one Chuangs HI plus artifact and everyone wanted to keep it for themselves so they would not join hands. Chuangs HI plus artifact were not like pastries, they could not be shared equally. Thus, in the process of fighting, many battles would definitely erupt. Chen Xiang activated his SPAC wind and quickly arrived. At the moment, he was only watching from afar, but he noticed that the others were also watching from afar. It was Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian. Master, Martial Uncle. Chen Xiang immediately landed on top of a tall mountain. There was a large distance between here and the battlefield, so he could only use his divine soul to watch the battle. Why didn't you go over? Chen Xiang laughed. Go and die. Although we want the Chuangs HI plus artifact, we are not their match. One Black Stone Divine Venerable is enough to choke us all. Now, with the addition of 9 Divine Lords, we will only be facing a dead end in the past. Huang Jintian said. Huang Jintian and the other 2 brothers suddenly realized that Chen Xiang's strength had increased a lot, and they felt that Chen Xiang was even stronger than them. Huang Jintian and the other two brothers suddenly realized that Chen Xiang's strength had increased a lot, and they felt that Chen Xiang was even stronger than them. They had not been separated from Chen Xiang for long, and Chen Xiang had been taken away by the Black Stone Divine Venerable not long ago. "Why don't they seem to be fighting?" asked. 9 Divine Lords and Black Stone Divine Venerable were only standing in an empty area, as if they were talking about something. They didn't dare to let their divine soul get too close for fear of being discovered. "These guys are waiting for the Chuang's HI plus artifact to come out. Now that the Chuang's HI plus artifact has come out, there's only one left, so they are currently discussing who it should be." Huang Yantian laughed. "They have been discussing for a long time, it is probably useless, they will definitely start a fight in the end, we just need to wait here." Chen Xiang frowned. "Where is the Chuang's HI plus artifact? Why can't I see it?" Although the 9 Divine Lords was quite a distance away from him, his eyes could see very far. Adding to the fact that there was a wave of divine soul approaching, he could see quite clearly. He could see the 9 Divine Lords and the Black Stone Divine Venerable, but he did not see the Chuang's HI plus artifact that was born. On the ground between them, the Chuang's HI plus artifact was initially a translucent black ball, but now that it has returned to the ground, it has been sealed by them. The Chuang's HI plus artifact will run everywhere, they are worried that the lake will run away, so they can only seal it for now, and wait for the conclusion to be discussed before the seal can be unsealed. Huang Jintian said. Chen Xiang's heart itched and he asked, "What exactly is that Chuang's HI plus artifact? Could it be a black ball?" "Of course it's not a black ball. We didn't even see what it is. Right inside the black ball is translucent. It should be a natural barrier that can protect the Chuang's HI plus artifact." After Huang Yantian finished speaking, he suddenly said excitedly, "They have reached a conclusion. They plan to leave the place where the Chuang's HI plus artifact is and undo the seal, allowing the Chuang's HI plus artifact to fly out by itself, and then fight with their own strength." Sure enough, Chen Xiang saw that both 9 Divine Lords and 9 Divine Lords had retreated, and only stopped after they were more than 1,000 feet away from the slightly protruding area. The 10 of them used their powers together to undo the seal. A black shadow suddenly emerged from the center of the seal. At the same time, 9 Divine Lords and the others used their fastest speeds to fly toward the black shadow. "It's mine!" A middle-aged man dressed in blue laughed out loud. He actually caught the black ball. He was only a bit faster than the others because after unlocking the seal, the black ball flew towards him. Their speed was about the same. If the black ball was the closest, then it meant that someone could obtain it. The blue-clothed man saw that something was wrong and waved his hand. A giant purple cauldron appeared, and he immediately stood on top of it, controlling the purple cauldron to fly out, cross HI plus-ing into a path and escaping from the encirclement. "You can't be so shameless, we already agreed on that." At the same time, he shattered the black ball in his hand. After a flash of black light, a bronze furnace appeared. "It looks like the material is the same as my 6 realms ding." The blue-robed middle-aged man immediately poured his divine power into the small stove, and it immediately flashed with white light. "This guy should be a divine cauldron supreme lord. I never thought that the Chuang's HI plus artifact would fall into his hand," Chen Xiang said. When he saw the purple cauldron, he was sure that Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord only had a cauldron. After the Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord poured his divine power into the Chuang's HI plus artifact, he shouted in shock. As expected of the Chuang's HI plus artifact, so it's a furnace that can refine many powerful stars, the Chuang's HI plus God furnace. The other 9 people were extremely jealous, especially Black Stone Divine Venerable, because he was an alchemist, so he wanted to obtain this Chuang's Hi plus G, O, D furnace the most. An old man wearing a golden robe thrusted his spear towards Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord like a bolt of golden lightning. His speed was extremely fast. You want to steal it? Divine Cauldron Supreme Lord opened the lid of the exquisite pill furnace, and a burst of fire surged out. The golden-robed elder was enveloped by the ball of flames and could not help but cry out in pain, Xiao Yan, U-B-A-S-T-A-R-D, you want to kill me? The golden-robed elder who was enveloped in flames flashed with a gold light, shaking off the flames released by the chuangs. Hi plus G, O, D furnace, and the clothes on his body had already been burnt to pieces. His hair was also burnt to ashes, the skin on his face was burnt to a crisp. He looked very sinister. When the scattered flames landed on the ground, they actually began to spread like wildfire. Even if they were made of stone or sand, they could still be burned. In just a few blinks of an eye, the empty space they were in had turned into a sea of fire. You're the one who came to steal it. You're courting death, it's none of my business. Xiao Yan laughed out loud. Now you all have seen how powerful the chuangs, Hi plus G, O, D furnace is. If you have the guts, come and try, let me see just how strong the chuangs, Hi plus artifact is. Black Stone Divine Venerable suddenly roared, his body releasing black chi, constantly expanding. Very quickly, he turned into a giant black-furred ape. In that case, as long as I kill you, this chuangs, Hi plus G, O, D furnace is mine. Black Stone Divine Venerable had already decided that she would obtain Xiao Yan's chuangs, Hi plus G, O, D furnace no matter what. Xiao Yan kept his purple cauldron. Just now, he had only used the chuangs, Hi plus G, O, D furnace to release the flames, and that had caused a divine lord to suffer. He had already an initial understanding of the chuangs, Hi plus G, O, D furnace's power, so he was extremely confident in this. The other 8 divine lords immediately left the battlefield, but they did not move far away. It was very difficult for them to obtain chuangs, Hi plus G, O, D furnace S as well. Therefore, the other 8 divine lords were all waiting for an opportunity to take it while both of them were injured. This chuangs, Hi plus G, O, D furnace is truly a good item. If I were to obtain it, I will be able to refine a divine pill to my heart's content. Chen Xiang was also ready to make a move, and was waiting for an opportunity. If there really is a chance, we brothers will help you. Huang Jintian laughed. All right. The Black Stone Divine Venerable had turned into a beast, with power that belonged to a bandit. Huang Jintian and Xiao Yulan had experienced it before. This place has always been my territory. You bunch of outsiders, take away the treasure that should have belonged to me. It is only natural for me to take it back now. When Black Stone Divine Venerable finished speaking, he spat out a ray of black light that flew towards Xiao Yan. Black Stone Divine Venerable originally only needed to wait a while to get the chuangs, Hi plus artifact, but who knew that Chen Xiang would come and ruin a lot of his plans? Now that there were 9 extremely strong Divine Lord and one of them even SN. ATC head away the chuangs, Hi plus G, O, D furnace, he became even more furious. Xiao Yan had always been using cauldrons, so he felt that it would be better if he used this cauldron. Seeing that the other party was attacking him, he immediately controlled the small cauldron to become larger. The black light that Black Stone Divine Venerable spat out was very strong, but when it hit the chuangs, Hi plus G, O, D furnace, it was as if it fell into a bottomless pit. There was no reaction at all, it looked like it was being absorbed by the chuangs, Hi plus G, O, D furnace. Huang Jintian had seen how terrifying the black light that the Black Stone Divine Venerable spat out was. When he saw that the Chuang's.H.I plus God furnace had easily blocked it, he immediately exclaimed in shock. Huang Jintian had seen how terrifying the black light that the black stone divine venerable spat out was. When he saw that the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace had easily blocked it, he immediately exclaimed in shock. This thing is really scary, it's not even inferior to fighting. Huang Jintian praised. If we use it to refine pills, I wonder what would happen. Xiao Yin also said just now that more than 10 Earth-stage stars here were refined by Chuang's Hi plus God furnace. When the Black Stone Divine Venerable saw that his attacks were ineffective, he was secretly shocked in his heart. This made him want to kill the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace even more. Xiao Yan's smile became even happier. He already knew that Xiao Yuanbing had died, and even the Emperor Ding that he had given to Xiao Yuanbing had been destroyed. This was because Chuang's Hi plus God furnace S were much more powerful than 6 realms Ding S. Don't be complacent. The Black Stone Divine Venerable's hands suddenly flashed with black light, and a gigantic black long rod appeared, sweeping towards the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace that had grown in size. Clang! The Chuang's Hi plus God furnace was hit hard by the long rod, causing a burst of fire to splash out, followed by balls of fire that splashed onto the ground, like stars falling to the ground, shaking the ground, forming huge craters. Humph! My long rod was forged from the fusion of a 9-star earth core. Seeing that his black pole was effective, Black Stone Divine Venerable smashed it towards him again. Just then, Xiao Yan also felt a little pressure. The Chuang's Hi plus God furnace had already been moved by the black long rod, and it could be seen that the long rod was very strong. So what if the geocentric refinement was done? I'll melt you down just the same. Xiao Yan controlled the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace in front of him. The long black staff smashed down, leaving a black line in the air. The strong pressure caused the flames on the ground to be extinguished. Clang! The long rod struck the top of the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace, causing a powerful shockwave. This was released by the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace. It was a very hot wave of air, causing the ground to heat up, making one feel as if they were in a furnace. Facing the Black Stone Divine Venerable's heavy blow, the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace still managed to block it. Xiao Yan was even more pleased with himself, as he knew clearly that if he were to use his 6 realms Ding, the power behind those 2 sticks would not have been stopped so easily. After the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace was hit, a flame suddenly shot out from the furnace mouth, wrapped around Black Stone Divine Venerable's long rod, and then spread onto his body. Black Stone Divine Venerable roared, his gigantic body shook, all the flames were blown away, the flames released by the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace made him feel a huge threat. The Chuang's Hi plus God furnace is mine. The staff in Black Stone Divine Venerable's hand suddenly grew larger, releasing a dense black qi. The sky darkened, allowing Black Stone Divine Venerable's strength to increase. The chance is coming, this guy might really be able to deal with Xiao Yan. Chen Xiang had already started to circulate his spatial energy, and had Yuer help him in the dark. Although he was very far from the battlefield, he had a strong spatial energy that could travel in an instant and be faster than the other 8 Divine Lords. The sky quickly turned dark and the long rod in Black Stone Divine Venerable's hands seemed to have merged with the darkness, silently sweeping towards the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace. Boom! The Black Stone Divine Venerable's huge rod swept towards the Chuang's Hi plus God D furnace from the side, causing the chuangs. Hi plus Go, D furnace to release a burst of intense flames and explode with a loud bang. Xiao Yan's face changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The chuangs. Hi plus Go. D furnace had been beaten to the point of losing contact with him. The chuangs. Hi plus Go. D furnace flashed as it was sent flying like a fireball. It's mine. Chen Xiang was extremely nervous as he immediately teleported to surround the huge chuangs. Hi plus Go D furnace. The other 8 Divine Lord S moved extremely quickly, but they were still a little too slow. When they were only about 30 meters away from the chuangs. Hi plus Go D furnace, Chen Xiang had already grabbed onto it. Chen Xiang. Black Stone Divine Venerable roared. His long rod suddenly grew bigger, and smashed down from afar. Chen Xiang immediately teleported away. He was already very far away from the battlefield. The black longstaff was like a gigantic pillar that fell from the sky. The air around the 8 Divine Lord S were all overturned from the impact. Quickly seal the SPAC. That kid knows how to use the power of SPAC. Black Stone Divine Venerable understood Chen Xiang very well, but before he could finish, he could not sense his qi. BASTAR. We've been busy for so long, and in the end, it was actually obtained by this brat. If we knew earlier, we wouldn't have let him roam freely in the 9-heaven world. Of course they had heard of Chen Xiang's rumors, it was just that they had never taken him seriously. Right now, the most furious people were Xiao Yan and Black Stone Divine Venerable. Xiao Yan had originally already gotten the chuangs. Hi plus artifact, but Black Stone Divine Venerable actually threw it flying, letting Chen Xiang take it away. The Black Stone Divine Venerable had a huge grudge with Chen Xiang, and he was about to get the chuangs. Hi plus artifact, but he didn't expect Chen Xiang to suddenly appear. After Chen Xiang obtained the chuangs. Hi plus Go D furnace, he immediately teleported to the side of Huang Jintian and then took them away, leaving this battlefield far behind. If I had been any slower, the SPAC would have been sealed by them. I would have been beaten up by the 9 Divine Lords and myself. Chen Xiang looked at the little bronze furnace in his hands and laughed. In the end, the chuangs. Hi plus artifact still fell into my Chen Xiang's hands. That group of idiots, haha. Chen Xiang grinned from ear to ear, and Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian were happy for him. How do we get out of this place? You have already obtained the treasure. Huang Jintian patted Chen Xiang's head. Don't laugh, let's go first before we laugh. This is still Black Stone Divine Venerable's territory. Chen Xiang looked carefully at the chuangs. Hi plus Go D furnace and suddenly realized that there was a dent at the center of the chuangs. Hi plus Go D furnace's lid, where something was supposed to be placed. He immediately thought of the green pearl. The green pearl that made him and the heavenly magic sword suddenly become very strong was actually a part of the chuangs. Hi plus Go D furnace, and it even seemed to be very important. I understand. Chen Xiang did not answer Huang Jintian's question, but he could not help but grin. He already knew what the green bead he got was. Therefore, the most important part of the chuangs. Hi plus Go D furnace had already merged with his body. Even though it had separated from the chuangs. Hi plus Go D furnace, as long as they were together, they were still one whole. Only I can unleash the power of the chuangs. Hi plus Go D furnace. Chen Xiang laughed happily. We will be able to leave very quickly. Chen Xiang fiddled with the chuangs. Hi plus Go D furnace, and after a while, the chuangs. Hi plus Go D furnace began to slightly tremble, releasing a very strong heat. Huang Jintian, who was at the side, was shocked, and immediately ran far away, afraid that the Chuang's Hi plus G-O D furnace would release even more power. "What are you doing?" asked, as he had already hidden far away. "I'm borrowing this Chuang's Hi plus G-O D furnace to open up a spatial passageway so I can leave this place," Chen Xiang said. The energy he used to fuse with the green pearl had already fused with him, so when he used the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace, he allowed it to unleash an even stronger power. Just a moment ago, it was infused with a bit of divine power. The heat emitted by the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace was already extremely terrifying. "So powerful. When can we leave?" Huang Jintian asked. "I'm worried that those guys will catch up to us." Chen Xiang ferociously injected a powerful divine power into the Chuang's H.I plus God furnace, causing the divine furnace to immediately spew out a beam of fire, which shot high into the sky. Chen Xiang ferociously injected a powerful divine power into the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace, causing the divine furnace to immediately spew out a beam of fire, which shot high into the sky. "We can leave now." Chen Xiang kept the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace and said, "Now's the time." When the flames released by the Chuang's Hi plus God furnace hit high up in the sky, a hole burned out, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. "Let's go." Chen Xiang immediately flew up, with Huang Yantian and Huang Yantian following behind. Suddenly, Chen Xiang sensed many powerful qi approaching and anxiously shouted, "They are coming!" Also at this time, Chen Xiang saw Black Stone Divine Venerable and the others Hi plusing over. "Don't let them get away!" Black Stone Divine Venerable roared, and shot out a black light from a distance. After Chen Xiang and the others entered the black hole immediately emitted a black light. "How do I get out?" Xiao Yan asked. "This guy isn't very strong, but he can control the power of SPAC. As long as we go out, we can quickly find him." The time that Jiao Tsanghai had created back then should have already swallowed the Super God realm. It would be even easier for us to find him. He wouldn't be able to run far. An old man said. After all, Chen Xiang had grasped the heavenly alchemy back then, and he had even summoned the 9 Heaven Devil Palace. After the Chuang's Hi plus artifact was born, the 9-star God realms SPAC became very weak. If the 10 of us were to work together, we should be able to make an opening like that little demon. The Black Stone Divine Venerable looked up at the sky and said, "That place has just been opened. Although it has already been closed, it's very weak. We can easily open it." Black Stone Divine Venerable had been trapped here for many years, and had just seen Chen Xiang easily create a spatial tunnel. Right now, they still did not know that Chen Xiang possessed very scary strength, and Xiao Yuanbing and the others who knew that Chen Xiang's heavenly magic sword had become strong had already been killed. Xiao Yin knew that Xiao Yuanbing and the rest were all dead, but he thought that Xiao Yulan had killed them with his 6 realms ding, and never thought that Chen Xiang was the one who killed them. Because according to the information they had gathered, Chen Xiang was very weak, and could not possess 10 divine deities in such a short period of time. "All right, everyone, let's work together and open a spatial rift," Xiao Yin said. He had already made his preparations. The other divine lords nodded. Even though there had been arguments before, they were all trapped here. If they did not cooperate, it would be impossible for them to leave. Black Stone Divine Venerable and 9 divine lords released a powerful divine power together, bombarding the place where the black hole had disappeared. 10 streams of energy gathered and soared into the sky, but, however, he did not open up a single spatial passageway. The power penetrated into the sky and dispersed. "What's going on?" Could it be that even our combined strength cannot compare to that little demon's? Xiao Yin said in shock. No, that little ghost has Chuang's Hi plus G O D furnace. You have used Chuang's Hi plus G O D furnace before, so you should know how powerful the divine stove is. It should be because the Chuang's Hi plus G O D furnace possess some kind of special power that can open a spatial tunnel. Black Stone Divine Venerable was very disappointed. He had thought that he would be able to leave this D.A.M. Ned place soon. Again, Xiao Yin said. Next, they continuously tried to break through S.P.A.C. with their power, but to no avail. We're finally out. Where is this place? Chen Xiang arrived at a forest and looked to the side. Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian were both using Heaven Extended Method. Not long later, Huang Jintian said, Strange, we are in the Nine Heaven World. Nine Heaven World has already swallowed Super G.O.D realm. We should be in the area after the 9-star fusion. Yue also ran out and said, 9 stars should have been swallowed together. This is a big world. I'm just curious about how those 9 stars fuse together. This 9 heaven world is not in the shape of a star. Ah, what about the 9-star God realm? Chen Xiang asked worriedly. Those guys are still trapped inside. The 9-star God realm is equivalent to a special secret realm, and the entire body is not as strong as the 9 heaven world. There is no need to worry about it being swallowed. There is only one world here, and that is the 9 heaven world. Yue replied. Moreover, a long time has passed said. Chen Xiang took out the 6 realms mirrors wanting to teleport to the core of the earth. However, he discovered that there was no reaction after the opening of the transmission array. What's going on? The transmission array is no longer effective? Chen Xiang took out the transmission array that he used to enter the Hundreds of Flowers village, and it was actually ineffective. 9 Heaven World has already become very big. When refining these array disks, they were created according to the original standards of 9 Heaven World, so after the 9 Heaven World expanded, the SPAC became even larger. In addition, our position is quite far away, so it would lose its effectiveness. Huang Jintian said, I calculated that there is a place nearby. The time in the 9-star God realm is different from the time here. Chen Xiang said, Why do I feel like the 9 heaven world is constantly expanding, getting bigger and bigger? Yue nodded her head. Indeed, 9 heaven world is expanding in a very strange way, and the timing is also not normal. Huang Yantian laughed. 9 heaven world is a very special world, and one that can move. Little by little, they are approaching the star law divine realm. Chen Xiang was instantly shocked. Could it be that 9 heaven world wants to swallow the star law divine realm whole? Huang Jintian, who was using the heaven extended method, opened his eyes and laughed. To be precise, 9 heaven world wants to swallow all the places that Earth's core divine spirit has been to before. As for why, it might be because of Earth's core divine spirit. This guy is very powerful and mysterious. Chen Xiang really wanted to go to the Earth core realm to see what had happened to Huolin. Alright, there's a city nearby. Right now, large cities like these all have transmission arrays. Huang Jintian said. 9GODS nation is more or less finished, and our side has grown a lot, adding the All-Beast Divine Lords group of beasts. When the time comes, even if 9 Divine Lords comes out, we can deal with them. Chen Xiang enlarged the 6 realms mirrors and said, Sit over here. The 6 realms mirrors flew very fast, and in a short while, it arrived at the city that Huang Jintian was talking about. After entering and searching, they found out that this city was the Profound Sky Continent's divine nations'. The people here simply did not know where the 9 Heaven City was. They had never heard of it. Are you guys wrong? We are not in the 9 Heaven World at all, we have come to the heavens, might divine nations. Chen Xiang was overjoyed for nothing. He thought that he could immediately return to the Hundreds of Flowers village. We did not calculate wrongly, this is indeed the Nine-Heaven world, it's just that when they were fusing, they did not discover any changes in their world. Huang Jintian said as his brows knitted together. The process of the Nine-Heaven world's annexation was not violent at all, rather it was extremely gentle. If it was carried out at night, it would simply not be discovered. The world had undergone a huge change, but not a single person in this city had sensed it. This made Chen Xiang somewhat unable to believe that when fusing 9 stars and one Nine-Heaven world, it had actually completed it without a sound. The world had undergone a huge change, but not a single person in this city had sensed it. This made Chen Xiang somewhat unable to believe that when fusing 9 stars and one Nine-Heaven world, it had actually completed it without a sound. Chen Xiang and the others stayed in an inn and thought of ways to return. Doesn't this mean that this world is very big? The 9 Earth-stage stars that the 9 Gods nation resided in were originally very vast, so with the help of Super God Realm and 9 Heaven World it could be imagined how vast the 9 Earth-stage stars were. Yes, that's why the array disks you sent back to us have all failed. They have already far said the range of those array disks. Huang Jintian said as he gave a bitter laugh. The transmission array have not connected in this world yet. If we want to go somewhere further, it will take a very long time. That's not necessary. Yuer and I can use our spatial energy to teleport. How far is this place from 9 Heaven World? Where is his direction? Then Yuer and I will open the spatial tunnel and teleport there. Chen Xiang laughed. Back then, Yuer and I used our powers together and instantly went to the Divine Cauldron star. That distance is still far. Huang Yantian shook his head. No, with so many worlds fusing with SPAC, it means that the quality of SPAC will increase, and it won't be as easy to penetrate as it was in the past. You often use the power of SPAC, so you should be clear that as long as the SPAC is strengthened a bit, you can even imprison SPAC itself. Chen Xiang said, I still don't know how stable the SPAC is right now. Even if we reinforce each other a lot, Yuer and I can still go to far places if we work together. Huang Jintian nodded, and then began to use the heaven extended method with Huang Yantian. They needed to calculate the distance between them and the 9 Heaven world in detail, only then would they be able to allow Chen Xiang and Yuer to teleport more accurately. An hour later, Huang Yantian said, This world is really big, making it very troublesome to calculate, there is still a need for time. Chen Xiang had to wait 4 hours for the result to come out. After obtaining a distance, he was very surprised that it was so far away. Right now, the 9 Heaven School is the center of this world, and this heaven's might divine nations can be considered to be on the periphery. Therefore, no matter where you go to the 9 Heaven School, it won't be too far away. Huang Jintian said. Chen Xiang and Yuer immediately activated their skills, opening up a spatial passageway, and walked in together with Huang Jintian and the others. After entering the spatial passageway, they arrived at a desolate area. What is this place? Chen Xiang looked around. Moreover, there isn't any vitality. It's just like a land of death. Huang Jintian immediately pinched his fingers and calculated, we have yet to enter the 9th heaven area, so we need to continue moving forward. Just now, Chen Xiang and Yuer had used very strong spatial energy, but they hadn't gone to the 9 Heavens district yet. It could be seen that the SPAC here had already become very high-leveled, and wasn't as easy to break through as it was in the past. Once again opening the spatial passageway, Chen Xiang and the others finally arrived at the 9th heaven area, which was the area around the original 9 Heaven world. After entering the 9th heaven area, Chen Xiang would use the array disk to teleport to the Heavenly Divine Palace. I'm finally back. Chen Xiang looked at Heavenly Divine Palace and lamented. This world is too big and it's not good either. Even if other divine nations were to come over to fight, it probably won't be easy. I won't be going to 9 Heaven World. I need to go back to Hundreds of Flowers Village to settle them down. Chen Xiang patted Huang Jintian's shoulder. Master, when you see Big Brother Songhai, tell him about what happened in the 9-star divine realm and make him prepare himself. After we take care of 9 divine lords, shouldn't you go to Star Law Divine Realm to take a look? We brothers are not as powerful as you, and we need you to help us out in the Star Law Divine Realm. Huang Jintian laughed. No problem, I'll definitely be there when the time comes. Chen Xiang nodded and then was teleported to the Hundreds of Flowers Village. After arriving at the Hundreds of Flowers Village, Chen Xiang asked Xiao Yulan and the others to come out. The Hundreds of Flowers Village was still as quiet as before, and the fragrance of flowers wafted everywhere. After Chen Xiang was teleported to the Hundreds of Flowers Village, he immediately went to LV Qilian's villa. You're finally back. Seeing Chen Xiang walk in, LV Qilian heaved a sigh of relief. Where are big sister Hui Shan and the rest? Why are you the only one here? Chen Xiang asked. Their Battle G.O.D squad is currently outside, but Qinlian and Ziqian haven't come back yet. Right now we also have no way of entering the core of the earth, nor can we train to their level. LV Qilian looked at Xiao Yulan and the others, and Xiao Yulan smiled gently at her. LV Qilian had long gotten used to it. When she saw that the imperial concubine Lian and Xiao Jiner looked very similar, she could guess that the imperial concubine Lian was Xiao Jiner's mother, and since the imperial concubine Lian was standing behind Xiao Yulan, she could guess Xiao Yulan's identity. One Tai. There's actually a problem with the Earth's core? Alright, I'll go take a look now. You guys go ahead and chat. Chen Xiang did not need to worry about Xiao Yulan and the others. They were all women, and with Xiao Baifeng and Xiao Jiner here, it would be easy for them to blend in. Be careful, Huolin said last time that geocentric magnetism will face a lot of challenges. LV Qilian warned. Chen Xiang left the Hundreds of Flowers village and rushed there. After coming here, he took out the 6 realms mirrors and tested it. He was unable to use the transmission array inside the 6 realms mirrors to enter the Earth's core, and it was exactly as LV Qilian had said. I can only use the old method to enter. Chen Xiang jumped down, entered the tunnel, and jumped into the center of the Earth. In the end, he flew into the center of the Earth according to his memories. The changes in the Earth's core are quite big. I wonder if I can find the entrance to the core spiritual realm. When Chen Xiang came down, he discovered that the temperature of the Earth's core was even higher than before. After searching for more than 2 hours, Chen Xiang finally found the Pa-S sage to the Qilin Hall. Huolin. When Chen Xiang arrived, he shouted loudly. Big brother? You're back. You've been gone for more than 10 years. Huolin ran over with a grin. So it's all right. Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. Qilian said that it was impossible to teleport to the Earth's core. She thought that something had happened to the Earth's core, so the moment I returned, she immediately rushed over. There is a change in the core of the Earth. There is a very strong spatial formation that can't be sent in from the outside temporarily, but we can leave from the inside. Those 2 sister-in-law are cultivating, and Ziki is with them. Huolin pinched Chen Xiang's arm. Big brother, I feel that you have become stronger, is it my imagination? Chen Xiang laughed. If I hadn't become strong, I would have been killed by that black stone divine venerable. Right, what have you experienced in this earth core? Have you fought with any other earthly beast? Of course. Although he's quite powerful, he was still defeated by me. Huolin said, Big brother, what was the black stone divine venerable you were talking about just now? I think I've heard of the name Blackstone. Earth's core divine spirit told me before. The black stone divine venerable was also a earthly beast, so Huolin might even know something. Chen Xiang immediately told Huolin about the black ape that was hiding the truth that happened with the black stone divine venerable. The black stone divine venerable was also a earthly beast, so Huolin might even know something. Chen Xiang immediately told Huolin about the black ape that was hiding the truth that happened with the black stone divine venerable. After Huolin heard it, he frowned. As expected, it's this guy. The earthly beast told me to be careful, and to not go down the evil path, or else it would become like this. That black stone divine venerable should be trapped in the core of the earth right now. If he comes out, the first thing he will do is to come find me. Black stone divine venerable is very clear. If you want to control a world, you have to go to the core. Can you beat him? Once that guy becomes a black ape, his strength will increase by many times. If that's not possible, then leave it to me. Chen Xiang felt that he had a certain chance of winning against the black stone divine venerable. His heavenly magic sword-s were also very powerful, not to mention that he still had the chuangs. Hi plus G, O D furnace S. We'll talk about it when the time comes. This core is my territory, so he's not in my territory. Huolin said, right now this 9-heaven world has become so powerful, and as the earthly beast of the 9-heaven world, I naturally am not far off. If Black Stone Divine Venerable ran out, would he really come here at the first possible moment? Chen Xiang asked, does he know how to get here? There's no mistake. As long as it's a earthly beast, once we go to the territory of another earthly beast, I will definitely go there to take a look. If we discover any other earthly beast in this earth, he will issue a challenge to me. Huolin said. Chen Xiang nodded her head. I'll go out first and tell Qilian of the situation here, so that she won't be so worried. I'll come back to the Black Stone Divine Venerable and wait for you there. In Chen Xiang's eyes, the core of the 9-heaven world was much stronger than the core of the Black Stone Divine Venerable. Chen Xiang came to the surface through the transmission array here, and then returned to the Hundreds of Flowers village. At this moment, LV Qilian was already very familiar with Xiao Yulan and the others. When Chen Xiang arrived at LV Qilian's villa, he coincidentally saw Xiao Yulan handing the 6 Realms Ding over to LV Qilian. Xue Xianxian, Lu Menger, and the rest of their smithing team were also here. Let's refine the 6 Realms Ding for them. After LV Qilian received it, he was not rejected, but Shi Paas said the 6 Realms Ding over to Lu Menger. This 6 Realms Ding was originally fixed by them, and they also need a powerful cauldron to smelt the ingredients. I feel that it's the most suitable for them. If necessary, I can just ask them for it, since we are good sisters. Xiao Yulan had no objections to LV Qilian's methods either. The 6 Realms Ding had been repaired by Xue Xianxian and the others, and she did not need to use it now. Chapter Mid. How is the Earth's core? Seeing Chen Xiang coming back smilingly, LV Qilian knew that the situation at the core of the Earth wasn't as she had imagined, but she was still a bit worried. It's fine, the Earth's core has become stronger, so there's an additional dimension to protect us, so we can't teleport in from the outside. I'm afraid that I won't be able to go to the core of the Earth often, and it would be inconvenient to go in through that Pa-S sage. Even if he went in, it would be rather troublesome. LV Qilian nodded and said, I heard that you have become very strong. Now that Hui Shan and the others are dealing with Hel Devil Emperor, are you interested? Of course. Chen Xiang immediately replied, I wanted to kill this B-A-S-T-A-R-D for a long time, it's just that I couldn't find a good chance. The Hel Devil Emperor's backers were all the divine nationses, but those divine nationses were all broken now, so they had no backers either. Chen Xiang found out about Long Huishan's destination from LV Qilian, and Yue and him immediately rushed over. I want to see how strong H.E.L. Devil Emperor is right now. Chen Xiang continued to teleport and arrived at the Demon Emperor mountain range in less than an hour. This mountain range had been occupied by the H.E.L. Devil Emperor for many years, so it became known as the mountain range. Chen Xiang quickly contacted Long Huishan, as they had gathered news about the H.E.L. Devil Emperor outside the Demon Emperor mountain range. Inside a cave, Long Huishan and Xiao Baifeng were flipping through a stack of papers. Why are you collecting information on H.E.L. Devil Emperor? Just kill your way in. After Chen Xiang came in, he looked at the contents of the papers on the table and knew that these were all information related to the H.E.L. Devil Emperor. It's not as easy as you make it out to be. H.E.L. Devil Emperor is very focused on cultivating the evil way, and his speed of improvement is also very scary. We don't know much about him right now, so we can't act rashly. Little Lizzie said. She was extremely cautious. Leng Yulan and Mu Qianxiang were also here. They looked at Chen Xiang with an approving gaze. They had wanted to do this since a long time ago, but Long Huishan and the others did not want to do so. Then, do you think that he has 90 divine deity? Asked with a smile. He had hidden himself well. Long Huishan and the others had never realized that he had become very strong. Of course not, but they definitely have a few dozen divine deities. Furthermore, there are quite a few strong ones like them. In addition to their various demonic techniques and various poisons, they are still very strong. Xiao Baifeng replied. Yan Yanran suddenly walked in and said seriously, they have a plan. Their army is already gathering in the mountains, ready to make a move. Their target is the floating divine city closest to the Demon Emperor mountain range. Lan Lan also anxiously ran in and shouted, not good, they have started moving, and are preparing to pass south by our place. Chen Xiang, you're here too. Are you going to fight? Yan Yanran asked. Inform Sister Qilian first, looks like she will have to take charge personally. If H.E.L. Devil Emperor takes down the floating divine city, then it's our turn. Chen Xiang laughed. No need to look for Sister Qilian, leave it to me. Yulan, Qianxiang, go. Brother, are you so confident? Have you become very strong? Leng Yulan was very excited. He laughed and pinched Chen Xiang's face. Looks like you have become much stronger. It's not that I've become much stronger, it's that I've become much stronger. Chen Xiang also pinched her face and laughed. Let's go, it's time for H.E.L. Devil Emperor to die. Long Huishan didn't say anything more and followed Chen Xiang out of the cave. She knew Chen Xiang was a very cautious person and would not say such words unless he was absolutely confident. After walking out of the cave, Chen Xiang felt a wave of evil spirit pressing over. The sky had turned gray and was shrouded in dense evil qi. The forest in front of them started to surge. The H.E.L. Devil Emperor's evil demon army was walking out majestically. Look at the forest, there are a lot of flying evil beasts. H.E.L. Devil Emperor sure has great ability to get so many of these monsters. Lan Lan said, so many, covering the sky. Chen Xiang looked into the distance and saw a dense black fog approaching slowly, rising and falling. If one looked carefully, they would be able to see that it was a large group of densely packed evil beasts flying in the air, just like a large group of bats. Just by looking at them, one would feel a large amount of pressure. See 2226. See 2226. Long Huishan saw that there were so many of them, and the evil demon was so dense, it meant that the evil beast and demons were not weak, their bodies were all strong. Chen Xiang, can you really handle it? Long Huishan asked while looking at Chen Xiang, who was very calm now. Of course not. Try out the treasure I just got. It should be enough to deal with this group of things. Chen Xiang took out his chuangs. Hi plus G. O. D furnace and laughed. The chuangs. Hi plus God furnace had become very small because of Chen Xiang, and in the center of his palm, it looked like a small cyan pill furnace. Chen Xiang opened the lid and said, "Wait a moment, don't rush over. Just wait and see. Go." After Chen Xiang warned them, he activated the chuangs. Hi plus God furnace. The chuangs. Hi plus God furnace suddenly grew in size and floated in the air, suddenly trembling violently, spitting out a large fireball from the mouth of the furnace. After the fireb, ALLS flew towards the forest, they suddenly exploded and turned into ALLS of small flames that scattered out. Under Chen Xiang's control, these small flames were like small spirits that flew around randomly, and after a small portion of it landed on the ground, it immediately ignited into a raging flame, burning up the soil and stones. In the blink of an eye, the forest in front of them was engulfed in flames. The temperature of the flames were extremely terrifying, and Long Huishan and the other girls, who were still quite a distance away from the forest, were all drenched in sweat from the heat. The most terrifying part of the fire released by the chuangs. Hi plus God furnace was that the flame could automatically absorb the energy between heaven and earth to maintain its burning, and in the forest, the evil fiend was so thick, after being absorbed by the flames, the fire became even more intense. The fire's momentum became as high as 300 meters, and those flying evil beasts in the air, even though they were not within the flames, they still continued to fall, and on top of the flames, they were roasted even more fiercely. Not long later, Chen Xiang and the others no longer felt any more evil spirits, and the flames also gradually weakened. "Amazing, there's no need to fight anymore," Ling Yulan exclaimed. "Big bro, that little furnace of yours is really scary. When you release flames of this level, you instantly incinerate the great army of L Devil Emperor." Long Huishan said, "It should be because he is very strong. Otherwise, he would not be able to condense such a strong flame with that small furnace." "Who is it?" A dozen black figures suddenly swooped down from the sky. They were L Devil Emperor and a dozen black-robed men. Seeing L Devil Emperor, Long Huishan and the others all took out their divine weapons, ready to fight. "Chen Xiang. It's you again, little b, Astard, the L Devil Emperor was very angry, but he did not immediately rush over. Chen Xiang must have been very powerful to be able to release that kind of flame. Chen Xiang chuckled. L Devil Emperor, you're still the same, you can't accomplish anything big. Aren't you the one who stopped them? L Devil Emperor said angrily. Today I must kill you. I actually destroyed my great opportunity. Don't worry, in the future, you will not be stopped by me anymore, because you will quickly become a dead man. Chen Xiang laughed coldly. He suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment, he was in front of L Devil Emperor, grabbing his neck. After L Devil Emperor was grabbed by Chen Xiang, he was unable to move even an inch. At this moment, he could clearly feel just how terrifying of a strength Chen Xiang possessed. Chen Xiang's strength had already far surpassed said his, and he couldn't say a word as his throat was tightly gripped by Chen Xiang. His eyes were suddenly filled with fear, and he was even begging for forgiveness, so it wasn't easy for him to live to this day. He even decided to turn the tables in the future, because Chen Xiang was someone he would never be able to surpass in his entire life. L Devil Emperor, you have fought against me for so many years. Chen Xiang snorted. His arm shook as meteor immortal power rushed out. Boom! L Devil Emperor's body, which had been grabbed by the throat by Chen Xiang, was completely filled with the berserk meteor immortal power and exploded into pieces. When the other 10 demons saw how terrifying Qin Xiang was, they instantly killed L Devil Emperor and immediately wanted to escape, but they were locked on by the power of SPAC immediately. Then, they were struck by Qin Xiang's fist and released a violent wave of meteor immortal power that enveloped them all and turned them into dust. Done. I'll never see them jump again. Qin Xiang laughed. You guys go back first, I'm going to the Earth's core. The Earth's core is also in trouble right now, you guys should stay in Hundreds of Flowers village. While Long Huishan and the others were still in shock, Qin Xiang had already teleported away, heading towards the Earth's core. When Qin Xiang came to the center of the Earth, he found out that LV Qinlian and Bai Ziqian had come out of seclusion and left the Earth's core together with Huo Lin's partner, Ziqi, to hide and seek refuge in the heart of the Earth. I'm actually feeling very uneasy right now. Huo Lin was no longer laughing happily like before, as if he was worried about something. Don't worry, there's still me. Qin Xiang placed his hand on Big Brother's shoulder and laughed. Do you not believe Big Brother's strength? Of course I do, but that guy is too strong, I can already feel his aura. Huo Lin said. Qin Xiang had not fought the Black Stone Divine Venerable directly, but he had seen the strength of the Black Stone Divine Venerable before, and he was not weak either. The Chuangs, HI plus God Furnace S and Heavenly Magic Sword S could both give him powerful strength, even though it was a little weaker than the Black Stone Divine Venerable's divine deity. He was still confident in his ability to defeat the Black Stone Divine Venerable. So soon. Qin Xiang was surprised to see Huo Lin being so worried. He felt that it would take a while for Black Stone Divine Venerable and the rest to come out of the 9-star God realm. It won't be long. Huo Lin nodded and said, I can feel that guy's presence, maybe they are already in 9 Heaven World. Just as Huo Lin finished speaking, the 9-star God realm suddenly shook. He's here. Huo Lin shouted anxiously. Big Brother, quickly hide. If I can't beat him, you can fight back. Qin Xiang immediately hid himself inside the spatial crack. As the earthly beast here, he obviously had to be the first one to go out and fight. If he really couldn't beat him, he could also drain Black Stone Divine Venerable's strength, and it would be much easier when Qin Xiang fought with Black Stone Divine Venerable. Little thing, you must be very young. Kowtow obediently and I will spare your little life. I will not treat you unfairly in the future. Black Stone Divine Venerable suddenly appeared in front of Huo Lin and sneered. If you don't want to die, then quickly kowtow to me and be my servant. This Black Stone Divine Venerable was actually so powerful. He didn't even want to fight at all, yet he was forced to kneel down and kowtow to Huo Lin. Qin Xiang, who was inside the spatial crack, wanted to run out and teach him a lesson. Wishful thinking. Huo Lin shouted coldly, his fist ignited with flames as he struck out violently. Bang! Black Stone Divine Venerable did not expect Huo Lin to suddenly attack. His fist landed on's chest, producing a violent explosion, causing him to retreat a few steps. Little thing, not bad. A bit of power. Black Stone Divine Venerable patted the spot where he was punched on the chest. Looks like you have the same strength as those Divine Lord S. This way is also good, I will beat you until you kowtow to me. Black Stone Divine Venerable suddenly jumped into the air. With a furious roar, he turned into a huge black ape. In his hand, he held a huge black long rod. Qin Xiang was surprised. The Black Stone Divine Venerable had been using such a strong power from the very beginning to deal with Huo Lin. It could be seen how strong Huo Lin was, making the Black Stone Divine Venerable so serious. C-22-27. C-22-27. As long as the Black Stone Divine Venerable took over the core of the land, and adding his understanding of the core of the land, it wouldn't be long before he could take control of the 9 Heaven World. As the guardian of the place, Huo Lin couldn't let the Black Stone Divine Venerable succeed in any way. You little thing. You dared to be arrogant in front of me not long after you were born. You better obediently become my slave. That way you can at least keep your little life. This is my last chance for you." Right now, when he had turned into the appearance of a black ape, he looked very scary. At this moment, Huolin also felt a lot of pressure. "Old thing, even if I die, I won't be your servant. But if you kowtow and become my old servant, I guarantee you that your future life will be better than a dog's." Huolin laughed out loud. A flame flashed in his hand and a battle blade that was spewing flames appeared. At this time, Huolin was still using his human form to fight against the Black Stone Divine Venerable. It could be seen that he was extremely confident in his own strength. "You overconfident little thing. Since it's like this, I can only teach you a lesson and let you understand how weak your power is." The black rod and Black Stone Divine Venerable's hand swept towards Huolin, setting off a burst of black gale, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped Huolin. Huolin just wanted to move, but he didn't know why his body had become so slow. He wanted to avoid the incoming long rod, but his body was not able to control it easily, as if there was something pressing on him. "Humph!" Huolin groaned. A burst of intense flames burst out of his body, and when he saw that the black pole was about to sweep towards him, he shook off the pressure on his body and slashed at the black pole. Boom! On Huolin's blade surged, and when they struck the rod, it exploded, almost causing the rod to fly out of Black Stone Divine Venerable's hands. "Is that all you can do?" Huolin laughed coldly, scales suddenly appearing on his body. The arm holding the blade in his hand turned into a Chelan's claw, red light flickered, releasing the powerful flame power. The black evil aura that Black Stone Divine Venerable released earlier was completely cleansed by his flames. "You do have some ability, but you're nothing compared to me. I was just playing around with you just now, and now I'm going to use my true strength." The thick black fur on the Black Stone Divine Venerable, who had turned into an ape, emitted bursts of black mist at this moment, as if black flames were burning on his body. Roar, roar! Black Stone Divine Venerable suddenly roared twice. His huge body suddenly became smaller, to the size of a normal person. Right now, he looked like a half-ape half-human, his body still covered with dense black hair. "This is my strongest form." After Black Stone Divine Venerable finished speaking, he suddenly turned into a black shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Huolin. Huolin was once again the same as before. His body movements had become slow due to the pressure released by the Black Seven Evils, and the muscles on his body seemed to be shackled by a strong pressure. Black Stone Divine Venerable's strength was indeed much stronger than before. After his body shrank, he became more nimble and his speed increased. "Is that it?" Huolin let out a roar, and a large expanse of flames surrounded his body. The moment the rod smashed onto his body, he turned into a mighty fire unicorn. "Use body? It's exactly what I want." Black Stone Divine Venerable laughed. Not bad, it's a very beautiful fire unicorn. You will be my mount from now on." Huolin roared in anger as he spat out a ball of flame. When the ball of fire flew towards him, it became extremely hard, just like a metal ball. "It's no use." Black Stone Divine Venerable waved his black rod, striking one of the hard balls of fire, which suddenly exploded, at the same time causing other fire balls to explode as well. Rumble, the flames from the continuous explosions enveloped Black Stone Divine Venerable. Seeing that the move worked, Huolin bellowed and spewed out balls of fire. However, Black Stone Divine Venerable was not someone to be trifled with. After being bombarded continuously, he roared in anger and pierced right into Huolin's mouth with the long rod. A jet of black chi shot out from the tip of the rod. Roar! Huolin screamed in pain and fell to the ground. Black Stone Divine Venerable flew over, raised his long rod, and started to hit the fallen Huolin. "You're going crazy. I'll beat you to death, ha ha." Right now, he enjoyed the feeling of hitting Huolin hard. Huolin's body was already in extreme pain from just one hit, but Black Stone Divine Venerable had already hit him a few dozen times. See if you submit or not, beat him until you beg for mercy. Black Stone Divine Venerable laughed. His attacks were ruthless, causing Huolin to scream continuously. Chen Xiang secretly took a deep breath, summoned his heavenly magic sword, and suddenly emerged from the spatial crack, appearing right behind Black Stone Divine Venerable. Although Black Stone Divine Venerable was fighting to his heart's content, he discovered that there was someone who had suddenly appeared behind him. However, although he discovered it, he did not have enough time to react as Chen Xiang's terrifying heavenly magic sword had already pierced through his skull. It's Chen Xiang. Although Black Stone Divine Venerable was stabbed in the head and did not die, he still suffered heavy injuries. At this time, the heavenly magic sword was still stabbed in the head, and he could feel that this heavenly magic sword was extremely terrifying. Chen Xiang quickly pulled out the heavenly magic sword and fiercely slashed at Black Stone Divine Venerable's head. Black Stone Divine Venerable's head fell to the ground, a stream of black blood spurted out from his neck. Accompanied by a thick mist of qi, the blood flew into the air. Huolin jumped over, flames spewing out of his mouth continuously, burning Black Stone Divine Venerable's body. He was worried that Black Stone Divine Venerable would come back to life. I can't burn it. Huolin took human form and said with a frown. Use this. Chen Xiang took out the Chuang's Hi+God furnace and injected some divine power into it, releasing a ball of flame to burn Black Stone Divine Venerable's body. Huolin exclaimed, "What a powerful flame!" As a fire unicorn himself, he understood flames very well. The flames Chen Xiang released with the little furnace could even make him feel fear. This fire energy is very similar to the Earth's core divine spirit. Could it be that your little furnace is a Chuang's Hi+ artifact? Huolin asked. Yes, how do you know about Chuang's Hi+ artifact? Chen Xiang enlarged the Chuang's Hi+G furnace a little so that Huolin could see more clearly. Of course I know, this is what I remember from my memories. Only in a very powerful world can Chuang's Hi+ artifact be born. There are also some rather special situations where Chuang's Hi+ artifact are scattered throughout and then they are born into the world, Huolin said. Chen Xiang immediately understood that the stars that the divine nations were on were all created by Chuang's Hi+G furnace in that sort of special situation. The Black Stone Divine Venerable has been destroyed. Since he's here, it means that the 9 Divine Lords is here too. I have to go out and deal with them. Chen Xiang said. You should just recuperate yourself properly, your injuries are not light right now. C-22-28. C-22-28 Huolin nodded. He was very clear about his own injuries. If not for Chen Xiang attacking in time, he really might have been defeated by Black Stone Divine Venerable. Even though he was a earthly beast, he was still very young and was not a match for Black Stone Divine Venerable. Black Stone Divine Venerable died unjustly. His strength was strong. He should not have died like this. Thus when Chen Xiang stabbed him in the back, he hated him to death, but he could not do anything about it. After Chen Xiang arrived on the ground, he immediately headed towards the heavenly divine palace. If 9 divine lords came here, Jiao Songhai would definitely be the first to know about it. Elder Brother Shen. Just as Yun Xiaodao walked out of heavenly divine palace's gate, he saw Chen Xiang and anxiously shouted, Xiaodao, why are you here? Chen Xiang anxiously walked over. Yun Xiaodao looked to be in a hurry too. I have been cultivating in the heavenly divine palace. Now that the great divine lord and the rest are out, it should be a big battle with the 9 divine lords, so it isn't anywhere for them. He told us to stay here, maybe the other people from the 9G G-O-D-S nation will come and attack us. Yun Xiaodao said. Chen Xiang immediately had Yue come out and help him calculate where the 9 divine lords and Jiao Canghai were fighting. Xiao Dao, how many people does great divine lord want to go with? Chen Xiang asked. Him, your master, and your senior uncle. Everyone else will stay here. Yun Xiaodao said. He said, other than the 3 of them, we are unable to contend against 9 divine lords. Are they really that powerful? Amen, it's really very powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to destroy the nation of the 9 heavens divine nations back then. Chen Xiang said, but their current divine nations has also been destroyed by them, their lifespans are almost up. Yue quickly found out where they were. After Chen Xiang found out where they were, he looked in that direction and said, this group of fellows originally didn't have much lifespans left. They didn't find a good way to extend their lives and instead came looking for death. It would be difficult for Chen Xiang to deal with the Black Stone Divine Venerable, but dealing with the 9 divine lords was still relatively easy. His current heavenly magic sword S and Chuang's Hi plus G-O-D furnace S had increased his strength by a lot. Xiao Dao, I'm leaving. Cultivate well. This world is wonderful, but also cruel. Chen Xiang patted Yun Xiaodao's shoulder as he suddenly activated SPAC Wind to search for the 9 divine lords. Less than an hour later, Chen Xiang, who was currently using the SPAC Wind, felt waves of intense fluctuations. He was already close to the battlefield. Such a familiar aura could it be? Chen Xiang stopped his SPAC Wind. After coming out, he could more clearly sense the divine power's aura. It's all beast divine lord. And the 4 protectors, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Shui are also here. Yue exclaimed, they are all very strong. It seems that they have recovered. The all-beast divine lord has revived? Chen Xiang was originally a little worried that Jiao Canghai and Huang Jintian would not be able to defeat the 9 divine lords, but now that he had the all-beast divine lord's help, both sides were evenly matched. Hi plus is also here. Chen Xiang immediately teleported over, although all-beast divine lord and the others joined him. 9 divine lords was still very strong. Back then, all beast divine lord and the rest were already surrounded and attacked by the 9 Gods nation. Yue said. The situation of the battle was extremely intense, and what surprised him the most was that Long Shui actually had such a strong power that he could fight against a divine lord on his own. No, Shui is in danger. Chen Xiang's pupils contracted as he saw the black blood flowing out of the corner of Long Shui's mouth. Look up there, an old man just released a poisonous needle to ambush Shui, cried Little Moon, looking at the sky. It was daytime now, and the sun was very bright. There were many white clouds in the sky, and when Chen Xiang raised his head, he did not see any elders. He's hiding in the clouds. What is the background of this guy? The poison released could actually reach such a powerful white dragon. In the Star Law Divine Realm, Bai Long is very strong. Yue said. Chen Xiang immediately used his mind's eye and saw a black SS within the white clouds. It should be the old man that Yue mentioned earlier. This B-A-S-T-A-R-D, he secretly used poison attacks. He will definitely die a horrible death. Anger raged in Chen Xiang's heart, and he immediately teleported behind the old man. The old man was dressed in black, and was watching the battle intently, waiting for an opportunity to poison the old man. Old B-A-S-T-A-R-D go to H-E-L-L. Chen Xiang took out his heavenly magic sword and slashed at the old man's neck, then chopped off his head. I would like to see what poison you are scared of. Chen Xiang grabbed the head, and after using soul-absorbing devil spell, his face changed. Yue, this guy is from Star Law Divine Realm. That poison was extracted from the body of the black dragon flower and then refined. This guy's memories mentioned that there is no cure for this poison. Chen Xiang hurriedly told Yue of his knowledge. I never thought that the Star Law Divine Realm already had forces in the vicinity, and that they were the ones who had come to help the Black Stone Divine Venerable and the 9 Divine Lords. Chen Xiang flew out from the clouds. Shui, enter the ring. Chen Xiang teleported in front of Long Shui and blocked the blade from the Divine Lord at the same time. When Long Shui saw that Chen Xiang had arrived, she immediately vomited a mouthful of black blood and fainted. Chen Xiang hurriedly placed her into the serene jade ring, and told Yue to think of a way to stabilize her poison. The black dragon flower poison was specially used to deal with the divine dragon race. Amongst all the Star Law Divine Realm S, the Black Dragon Clan was the one that was the most disliked, and after the Black Dragon Clan independent, they produced a poisonous flower that was especially used to restrain the dragon, which is also that black dragon flower. Even if it isn't a dragon, once it is infected with this poison, it will become useless or even die. If it's a dragon, then the consequences will be even more severe. Although it won't die, it will still suffer from all kinds of pain in the world. At this time, she took out a pill refined from Chen Xiang's blood and placed it in Long Shui's mouth. You must be Divine Lord Zhuoyang. Chen Xiang was poisoned, and on top of that, he was on the verge of death. He had to quickly take care of this Divine Lord and think of a way to cure Long Shui's poison. The heavenly magic sword is in your hands. Moreover, you are not the heavenly Divine Lord. You think that just by holding this sword, you can deal with us? You should take out the chuangs. Hi plus G. O. D furnace that you have just obtained so that you can deal with me in this way. He truly hoped that Chen Xiang would take out the chuangs. Hi plus G O D furnace. This way, he could SNATCH it away. With your level, using this broken sword is enough. Why would you use a chuangs? Hi plus G O D furnace? Chen Xiang bellowed, as he slashed towards the 9 Yang Divine Lord. How arrogant! The 9 Yang Divine Lord immediately brandished his blade and infused his vast and vigorous divine power, wanting to cut Chen Xiang's heavenly magic sword into two. C-2229. C-2229. The 9 Yang Divine Lord's golden greatsword hacked towards the heavenly magic sword. At the moment of collision, his 9 Yang Divine sword suddenly trembled, many cracks appearing on the surface of the blade. Traz. H. Plus, Chen Xiang roared. The bones in his body violently absorbed the divine power transformed from the divine deity, and rushed into the heavenly magic sword S. A loud boom echoed out. The divine 9 Yang blade that had been with who was the 9 Yang Divine Lord for so many years instantly exploded, turning into many pieces and flying away. Ah! His 9 Yang Divine saber had been with him for many years and had long been connected to his flesh and blood. Now that it had been destroyed, his vitality was greatly damaged. You actually destroyed my 9 Yang Divine saber. The 9 Yang Divine Lord roared. So what? Now I will let you accompany that broken blade of yours. Chen Xiang's body was wreathed in flames, his skin had turned red, and the meteor immortal power rushed out, charging straight into the heavenly magic sword S. Die. Chen Xiang suddenly teleported behind the 9 Yang Divine Lord and slashed down with his sword. Boom! The body of the 9 Yang Divine Lord immediately exploded. Chen Xiang anxiously took out the chuangs. Hi plus G O D furnace, and kept all of its power into the divine furnace. The Divine Lord S in the distance were instantly shocked and their faces paled. The strength of the 9 Yang Divine Lord S was not considered weak amongst them, to actually die in Chen Xiang's hands. Chen Xiang immediately looked towards Xiao Yan. Even though he was Xiao Yulan's father, when he told Xiao Yuanbing to go kill Xiao Yulan previously, he already didn't have any feelings for him, and had cut off their relations. Hi plus P long ago. Xiao Yan was currently fighting with Huang Jintian. Huang Jintian had a lot of work to do, and could only barely hold on, so Chen Xiang was the first to go. I'm not as easy to deal with as Zhuyang. Xiao Yan controlled his remaining black cauldron to cover Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang was covered up by the gigantic black cauldron and was trapped inside. You want to suppress me with just a broken cauldron? Chen Xiang's voice came out from within the black cauldron, and then, with a dull thud, the huge black cauldron exploded with a ping sound. With Heavenly Divine Palace in his hand, Chen Xiang majestically rushed out, and that gigantic black cauldron was smashed into pieces by him just like that. To deal with this kind of divine equipment, Heavenly Magic Sword was enough, so there was no need for the Chuang's HI plus God furnace. Previously, when Chen Xiang had used Heavenly Magic Sword to destroy the Emperor Ding, he already knew how terrifying the Heavenly Magic Sword were. Hurry, I've got him, Huang Jintian whispered to Chen Xiang. When Xiao Yan saw that his only divine cauldron had been destroyed, and he was surprised for a moment, Xiao Yan used all his strength to seal it, while Chen Xiang had already teleported in front of him. Swaz. H. Plus Chen Xiang's sword slashed down diagonally, SLAs. HI plus ing Xiao Yan's body into two. The sharpness of the heavenly magic sword also caused Huang Jintian to tremble. The power that he used to imprison Xiao Yan was originally very strong, but he was hacked apart by Chen Xiang just now. Let's turn to ashes. Chen Xiang took out the Chuang's HI plus God furnace and stored Xiao Yan's body inside it. Not long after, another Divine Lord was killed. Now, there are only 7 Divine Lords left. You go help them, I'll go with that guy, we should be able to kill one of them. Huang Jintian flew over to Huang Yantian's direction. Chen Xiang looked around and realized that Chi's HI plus was fighting against an old man, and it was extremely strenuous. Brother Qi, I'm here to help you. Chen Xiang's voice had just sounded out, but he had already appeared beside Chi's HI plus. The heavenly magic sword in his hand gently swung, striking the old man's whip. Ding! The whip that the old man had swung out was instantly sliced apart by Chen Xiang. Many thanks. Chi's HI plus laughed out loud, flying over, the huge blade in his hand crazily SLAs. HI plus ing at the old man. The old man did not have a whip, as if he had lost his right arm and left arm. Divine weapons were extremely important to these Divine Lord. Very quickly, Chen Xiang and Chi's HI plus joined hands and cut the old man into 8 pieces, and kept him back into the Chuang's HI plus God furnace. Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian's side also had a huge movement. One of the Divine Lord was killed by them. Now there were only 5 Divine Lords left, but Huang Jintian, Huang Yantian and the rest were Rus. HI plusing over to help the others deal with the remaining Divine Lord. Big Brother Tsanghai. Chen Xiang came over to Jiao Tsanghai's side. Jiao Tsanghai was currently fighting fiercely with a tall and big old man. How did your heavenly magic sword become so powerful? Jiao Tsanghai had also been paying attention to Chen Xiang's battle just now. Everyone could see that although the heavenly magic sword did not have a sword tip, it was incomparably sharp, and was able to penetrate through everything. The powerful divine weapons that used to be in the Divine Lord's hands were just like mud in front of the heavenly magic sword. You 2 against 1, what kind of men are you? The old man who was fighting with Jiao Tsanghai said angrily. Back in the day, you were all 1 year old. Jiao Tsanghai did not care about all these. If they did not exterminate the 9 Divine Lords today, they would not have a chance to return to the Star Law Divine Realm. Originally, this old man had held the upper hand, but with Chen Xiang joining the battle, he was extremely terrified. The 2 hammers in his hands danced crazily, releasing streams of astral lightning to escape while Chen Xiang and Jiao Tsanghai were dodging. Why are you running? Chen Xiang sneered. He had already teleported in front of him, and thrusted the sword forward. The old man anxiously dodged, but the sword qi produced by Qin Xiang's stab was too terrifying. Even though he avoided it, the burst of sword qi turned into rays of golden light that penetrated through his body, leaving behind a few big holes. Jiao Songhai anxiously flew over, his sword cutting apart the old man's head. He then roared out loud. He had finally killed a divine lord. Big brother Songhai, Shui Yi is poisoned. I need to hurry up and think of a way to cure her. There are still a few divine lords, you should be able to deal with them. Chen Xiang said in an anxious voice. Long Shui was unconscious and Yuer, who was in the silent jade ring, was extremely nervous. She was only barely stabilizing the poison in Long Shui's body right now, and it had not spread. Jiao Songhai knew about the relations Hi+P between Chen Xiang and Long Shui, so he nodded. Hurry up and go, we can handle this place. Chen Xiang immediately returned to the Hundreds of Flowers village, to find Bai Ziqian. Bai Ziqian had obtained the inheritance of the ancient poison Gao D King, and was extremely knowledgeable about all kinds of poisons. Chen Xiang let Long Shui out from the ring. At this time, her face was a little gray, and her aura was very weak. And the other girls all felt their hearts ache. It's stable now, but if she can't cure the poison, she will never wake up. If he wanted to remove the black dragon flower poison, he would have to start from the black dragon flower. If there is black dragon flower, I might be able to give it a try. Bai Ziqian checked the changes and frowned. Menger, you guys go refine a chest that can release the strongest ice and seal Shui Yi inside it. This will alleviate the current situation. Right now, the poison in her body is only temporarily stabilizing. LV Qinlian then looked at Long Huishan and the others. Big Sister Huishan, you and Bingyan use the icy cold power and freeze the poison in Shui Yi's body first. Chen Xiang gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to look for the black dragon flower now. Is Shui Yi alright now? Bai Ziqian nodded his head. Once we freeze her up, she will temporarily fall into deep sleep. With the box that Menger and the rest have refined, it will be even more appropriate. Chen Xiang quickly left the Hundreds of Flowers village and continued to teleport up in the sky. He had previously killed an old man in the clouds and swallowed the old man's memories. He knew that the Star Law Divine Realm had sent people here a long time ago, and the poison was also brought by them. C-2230. C-2230 Chen Xiang arrived at the starry sky of darkness and found a relatively small star according to the memories of the old man. The old man who used the black dragon flower poison was not very strong, only had 60 divine deity, but he was very good at using poison. Chen Xiang understood from his memories that this group of people who came to build a star palace here was above a small star. There were two reasons why the Star Law Divine Realm came here. The first reason was to investigate the situation here thoroughly so that they could occupy this region in the future. His second goal was to catch a dragon. Yuer had said that dragons were considered to be a very powerful race of gods in the Star Law Divine Realm, and dragons existed in many worlds as well. They were naturally born with very powerful strength, so the experts who looked for the method of immortality in the Star Law Divine Realm felt that the divine dragon race's body contained the same amount of immortality that the undead divine race had, except it wasn't as much as the undead divine races. Therefore, the group of experts from the Star Law Divine Realm wanted to capture a dragon for experiment and see if they can extract the power of longevity from it. And inside the Star Law Divine Realm, because the undead divine race was exterminated, the other God clans immediately escaped out of the Star Law Divine Realm and hid themselves, lest they get exterminated like the undead divine race. Does that old fellow have any information about the cat race in his memories? Yuer asked anxiously when she heard Chen Xiang reveal the reason for the group of people coming from the Star Law Divine Realm. Yes, the cat race is hiding in the vicinity of the Star Law Divine Realm. It's more difficult to catch them because they can become cats and hide in other worlds where there's no way to find them. Even if we do find them, it would be hard to catch them. Chen Xiang said. My cat race is not that easy to deal with. Then is there a star-moon divine race? Yue asked again. She had the most star-moon divine race blood in her body. No, ever since star-moon divine race disappeared from star-law divine realm, there has been very little news. Chen Xiang said. Amongst the God clan, the undead divine race suffered the most severe losses. The God race should join hands. Only in this way can they barely resist the star-law divine realm. Yue said. Chen Xiang saw a small star in front, which was where the people sent by the star-law divine realm lived. There was a star palace on top of it, and the dozens of experts sent by the star-law divine realm were all inside. When these guys went out, they hid themselves to gather information. That's why we didn't find them. Chen Xiang quietly descended onto the dead silent little star. On top of this little star, there was only rubble and sand without any spirit energy. However, there was a small palace on top of that small star. This should be a divine artifact, and it has the protection of a formation. If we force our way in, we'll definitely be discovered. Yue said. In order to make it convenient to travel, some large powers would forge such a convenient palace, releasing it when necessary. A good palace would have a set of divine formations to coordinate with it, allowing it to play a defensive role. Whether there are any black dragon flowers in there, don't you know about the old fellow that was killed by you? Yue asked. He should be clear about this. Even he himself is not sure. That's because the poison was refined for him by someone else. That group of people are all in here. That's why they should have it. Let's go in first and talk later. Chen Xiang immediately teleported in, and without anyone realizing it, the Star Palace's defensive array was strong, but it was unable to defend against Chen Xiang, who used the power of S.P.A.C. Chen Xiang used a transformation technique and changed into the old man he had killed earlier, then swaggered into the Star Palace. Because he had devoured the old man's memories, at this time, Chen Xiang was quickly walking along the familiar path inside the Star Palace, and very quickly arrived outside a room. Elder Yin, why are you back so soon? Have you caught a dragon? Just as Chen Xiang wanted to knock on the door, someone suddenly opened it. The one who asked was a middle-aged man, the one in charge of arranging black dragon flower poison. Soon, I need some black dragon flowers, I want to refine them myself. The black dragon flower poison that you all refined is not good to use. Chen Xiang understood from his memories that this old man Yan whom he had killed was extremely familiar with refining all kinds of strange poisons. He was much stronger than these people, it was just that he was too lazy to refine it himself. How much do you need? That middle-aged man asked. He didn't suspect anything, but he was a bit unhappy because someone said that the poison they refined was useless. As much as possible, Chen Xiang said. We have been here for so many years, and you also know that refining black dragon flower poison often fails. We do not have many black dragon flowers left, we only have about 10 or so. The middle-aged man took out a black box and gave it to Chen Xiang. I can only give you 5 of them. Chen Xiang nodded and accepted it. Are you really Elder Yin? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chen Xiang took the black box and quickly kept it, then said, If I am not Elder Yin, who else would I be? The person who had doubted earlier rushed over to Chen Xiang. It was a black-clothed elderly man. With a dark expression, he said, Elder Yan's life orb has already been broken, this means that Elder Yan is already dead. Chen Xiang's heart skipped a beat. Before, when he came, he had already considered this question, but he planned to try and see if he could hide it or not. Something must be wrong with the life pearl. Am I not living well? Just as Chen Xiang finished speaking, the black-clad old man's long sword was already at Chen Xiang's neck. Don't try to lie to me, you are not Elder Yan at all. How could I not know about Elder Yan's life and death? Who exactly are you? The old man said angrily. When Chen Xiang saw this old man, he started to be on guard. This old man was the master of the Old Man Yin, and was also the person in charge of the operation this time, with 95 points of divine deity. Here, his strength was the strongest. I am the one who killed old Yin. Chen Xiang no longer bothered with his disguise and sneered. The meteor immortal power in his fist rushed out and struck towards the black-clothed elderly man's chest. The moment his fist punched out, the meteor immortal power gushed out from his fist and instantly struck the black-clothed elderly man. Puff! The old man's chest and heart were instantly crushed by Chen Xiang's powerful meteor immortal power, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. You guys want to kill 9 Heaven World's dragons. If it wasn't for you, Shui wouldn't have been poisoned. Die. Chen Xiang had already summoned his heavenly magic sword and slashed his sword towards the black-clad old man, slicing him in half. Even the divine lord of the 100 GODS level would find it difficult to resist against him and the heavenly magic sword, let alone these 95 divine deities. Chen Xiang's strength was close to its peak. Come in. Chen Xiang took out the chuangs. HI plus GO. D furnace and stored the corpse of the old man inside. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man who gave him the black dragon flower. Give me all the black dragon flowers in your hands, Chen Xiang said coldly. The middle-aged man was already scared out of his wit. The strongest cultivator here had been killed with a single sword strike from his opponent. Of course, he wasn't his opponent, so he could only obediently offer up the black dragon flower. C-2231. C-2231, don't kill me. The middle-aged man begged for mercy. You bunch of B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S that are plotting against the 9 Heaven World, don't even think about letting me spare you. If it wasn't for you, Shui wouldn't have been poisoned. Chen Xiang snorted coldly as he slashed his sword at the middle-aged man, burning the corpse back into the chuangs. HI plus GOD furnace. This group of people had helped the 9 Divine Lords and the Black Stone Divine Venerable to leave the 9-star Divine Realm before, so Chen Xiang viewed them as enemies. Furthermore, their goal was to catch the dragon, because Long Shui had been targeted by them and poisoned by them. He was now poisoned and unconscious. In less than an hour, all of the teams sent by the Star Law Divine Realm to investigate the 9 Heaven World were completely exterminated by Chen Xiang. They were all refined inside the chuangs. HI plus G-Ro. D furnace to provide the energy for the chuangs. HI plus G-O D furnace. Chen Xiang returned to the Hundreds of Flowers village and handed the black dragon flower to Bai Ziqian. Only around 10, is it enough? If it's not enough, copy some more. Chen Xiang said. Let's give it a try. Bai Ziqian placed the black dragon flower into a furnace and quickly refined some white powder. She then placed the white powder into a bowl of water. Bring Shui up, I'll feed her, Bai Ziqian said. At this time, Long Shui had already been placed in a very cold S.P.A.C., and that bowl of water was also strange. LV Qinlian floated Long Shui up, then slightly pried open her small mouth, allowing Bai Ziqian to pour that bowl of water inside. Long Shui finished it quickly. Originally, her face was covered by the black poison mist, but now that the poison mist had dissipated, it was just that she had not woken up. Shui! Chen Xiang shouted. Only the black dragon flower poison was able to cure it. Other than that, there are other poisons. I never thought that guy's poison actually contains so much, and most of them are ancient poisons that are very difficult to cure. What is he doing this for? Bai Ziqian sighed as he lightly caressed Long Shui's pale, white face. Only Chen Xiang knew that those people wanted Long Shui's body, and that there was highly toxic poison in it. Only in this way would they be able to force the power of immortality out of the divine dragon's body. These B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S. Chen Xiang clenched his fists and bellowed, I want to go to Star Law Divine Realm to eliminate them. Feng Yujie said. Calm down, Shui Yi's current condition has stabilized. Right now, all you need to do is to completely remove all the ancient poison in her body. We need to find several kinds of king-grade and divine medicines to use them to refine the antidote. They can cure many kinds of ancient poisons, but 9 Heaven World is still too young, so they are simply unable to breed this kind of king-grade and divine medicines. They used to exist in the 9th Heaven Divine Nations, but they are also extremely rare. Feng Yujie had inherited the inheritance of a pill-refining God king, so she knew about this kind of divine antidote pill. She placed her finger on the center of Chen Xiang's brows and said the formula for the antidote pill to Chen Xiang. So you're saying only the Star Law Divine Realm has one? It looks like I have to go to Star Law Divine Realm first, Chen Xiang said as he looked at the sleeping Long Shui. With us taking care of Shui Yi, her current condition is very stable. You can go to Star Law Divine Realm without worry, LV Qilian said. Just now, Great Divine Lord had already sent a message to me. The rest of the Divine Lordess have all been killed. Chen Xiang came to Long Shui's side and probed her body for poison. He wanted to try and see if he could absorb the poison, but the poison was extremely strange and stuck tightly to Long Shui, as if it was connected to his flesh and blood and was hard to separate. It's useless. Because it had fused with the black dragon flower, the other ancient poisons all had the characteristics of the black dragon flower, but they were difficult to expel. Right now, they had all fused into Shui Yi's body and soul, so even if the black dragon flower poison was released, it would be useless. This black dragon flower poison was specially used to deal with the dragon race. Bai Ziqian said. Xiao Yulan said softly, Chen Xiang, my jade cauldron has antidote, so even though it cannot cure the poison, it can prevent the poison from spreading. This way, even after a long period of time, Shui Yi's condition won't worsen. Xiao Yulan still had her own jade cauldron, which was also a Go delay weapon that made her famous. Chen Xiang, how about I go with you? I can use the heaven extended method to calculate where those divine medicines are. The imperial concubine Lian said. No need, I'll go with my master and the others. They also need me to go to the Star Law Divine Realm. You can stay here. The imperial concubine Lian knew about heaven extended method, and was already as proficient as Huang Jintian and the others. Staying in the Hundreds of Flowers village could help the Hundreds of Flowers village predict a few things. Be careful along the way, Chen Xiang softly warned. He walked over, kissed her forehead, and then teleported away. Chen Xiang went outside, used the communication jade symbol paper to contact Huang Jintian and the others, and then reunited with them. These guys actually came so far to try to get the divine dragon race. There really be, ASTARDS, we have to kill them all. After Huang Jintian heard about what happened to Long Shui, he was also very angry, and their undead divine races were also killed because of the same reason. How long will it take to get to the Star Law Divine Realm? Chen Xiang asked. I want to get there quickly. Star Law Divine Realm is very far from here. It would take at least a month. Yuera came out from the Netherworld Spirit Ring. In SPAC, the risk of using the SPAC wind is relatively large, because there are often large collisions of stars that produce extremely powerful shockwaves that are able to fluctuate the SPAC, so most people use formations to teleport. Formation. You need a month even to use the transmission array? Chen Xiang did not ask this question in the past. On many stars, there are many interconnected formations that can be used for teleportation, allowing one to get closer and closer to the Star Law Divine Realm. Huang Jintian said, we must at least pass through the transmission array of over 1,000 stars in order to reach Star Law Divine Realm. After all, Star Law Divine Realm is really too far away from here. Even if we use very strong spatial energy, it would still be difficult to reach it in a short period of time. Chen Xiang knew that it was far, but he had never had such an idea. Now that he knew that he needed to go through thousands of transmission arrays, he knew how difficult it was to go to Star Law Divine Realm. I understand the locations of these transmission arrays, I'll take you guys there. Yue laughed. I used to use these transmission array often. That was in the past. Now that it's been so long, some of the stars might even be gone. Chen Xiang said. It doesn't matter, the teleportation net that Star Law Divine Realm set up over the years is extremely wide. As long as it does not destroy a large portion of it, the other transmission array can basically be linked together and be teleported to Star Law Divine Realm. Yue replied, I used to be a law enforcer, so I understand the workings of these transmission array the best. Huang Yantian laughed. With Little Cat leading the way, it'll be much easier for us. If we were to bring you there, I'm afraid we would need a few months to arrive, unless we are lucky enough to encounter a spatial wave that would send us +ing to Star Law Divine Realm. However, it's almost impossible. Chen Xiang did as Yue instructed, took out his 6 realms mirrors and then flew into the starry sky with the Huang Jintian brothers, heading towards a dead star. C-2232. C-2232 using the spatial teleportation array inside the 6 realms mirrors, combined with his own spatial energy, Chen Xiang arrived at that dead star in half a day. There is a transmission array here. The activation of these transmission array requires Shen Yuan stone. Yue looked at Huang Jintian. You should have one, right? Yes. But there are 1,000 array formations along the way. When we head to Star Law Divine Realm, there aren't many Shen Yuan stone left. Huang Jintian said with a bit of heartache. What are you afraid of? Doesn't Chen Xiang know how to refine pills? When that time comes, I will go to the Star Law Divine Realm to secretly sell delay pills, and I will be able to get them back very quickly. Yue said. The Star Law Divine Realm forbade sale of medicinal pellets privately, but Yue felt that this rule could not restrain Chen Xiang, so she felt that it did not matter, as Shen Yuan stone or something like that, it would be easy to earn by going to the Star Law Divine Realm. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Sister Yulan to give me some. Chen Xiang smiled bitterly. Master, you don't have to worry, the first thing I'll do after we get to Star Law Divine Realm is to find a way to return the Shen Yuan stone that I owe you. Huang Jintian forced a smile. What are you saying, do I look like such a petty person? However, since you've already said it, you must return it to me when the time comes. You cannot go back on your word. Huang Yantian shrugged his shoulders, secretly feeling pleased in his heart, because Chen Xiang did not let him take out the Shen Yuan stone. Brother, Shen Yuan stone am not enough. Give me one thing and Star Law Divine Realm will return it to us. Huang Jintian pulled Huang Yantian, who was secretly rejoicing, over. His words of brother was also very loud just now. Chen Xiang secretly despised these 2 stingy brothers in his heart. One array requires approximately 500,000 Shen Yuan stone and over 1,000 transmission arrays. That is hundreds of millions of Shen Yuan stone. Huang Jintian nagged as he placed the Shen Yuan stone. Isn't it just several hundred million? I can easily earn billions in Divine Cauldron Nation. Chen Xiang curled his lips. Divine Cauldron Nation does not restrict the sale of divine pellet. You will find out when you go to Star Law Divine Realm. You don't even dare to blatantly sell them. Huang Yantian said. Chen Xiang laughed out loud. Don't worry, when the time comes, I will blatantly sell these divine pellets. Whoever comes to capture me, I will capture them and then hang them all. Huang Jintian and Huang Yantian did not speak anymore. They knew that Chen Xiang's rage was suppressed, that the poison in his body was caused by the big shots in the Star Law Divine Realm. It would be weird if Chen Xiang did not go to the Star Law Divine Realm to look for the big shot. They had already experienced Chen Xiang's strength before. With just a broken sword, he could easily kill a few divine lords. If they went to Star Law Divine Realm, even if they could not compare to the strongest experts in the Star Law Divine Realm, it was enough to protect themselves. Huang Jintian and the others placed the Shen Yuan stone and activated the transmission array. Yue would then control the location of the transmission array and teleport to another star. Huang Jintian and the others continued to place the Shen Yuan stone. They needed to repeat this process 1,000 times in order to be able to go to Star Law Divine Realm. Only old monsters like them, who had lived for God knows how many years, would have this kind of patience. The Shen Yuan stone that was placed could only be opened once, so people later on would need to place the Shen Yuan stone to activate the transmission array again. Just like this, they teleported 30 times a day. After more than a month, Chen Xiang and the others arrived at a relatively large star. This star did not have a sun or a moon, but it could see all the stars in the sky. In front of us is the Star Law Divine Realm. It's been so many years and there's still no change. Moonchild pointed at a round ball of light in front of them. From afar, it looked like a ball of light, but it was actually formed by countless stars. There were hundreds of millions of stars inside, and it was extremely huge. Through the great transmission array here, we can teleport to Earth stage stars, and then find a way to get a PA-SS to enter the Heaven stage stars. Yue replied, I can't use my ident. 1. Tai as a law enforcer to enter now. I've been missing for so long, and my sudden appearance here will definitely alarm them. Is it very difficult to enter the Heaven stage stars? What other access jade plates do you need? Chen Xiang asked. There are countless stars in Star Law Divine Realm. There are a lot of human stars there, and you have also seen how many stars there are in front of you. There are so many humans in the entire Star Law Divine Realm. If all of them were to rush to those Heaven stage stars, it would definitely cause chaos in the Heaven stage stars. Only those who have the strength or the financial power are allowed to enter. Yue replied, in Star Law Divine Realm, there are only about a dozen or so. Huang Jintian added. Right now, Star Law Divine Realm has several hundreds of Earth stage stars, and several tens of thousands of profound rank stars, all of which can stay here for a long period of time. As for the other Death Stars, there are also a few scattered corpses with quite a few people stopping there. The total number of people in the Star Law Divine Realm is extremely huge. Even if the Heaven stage stars has already been restricted from entering, after all these years, more and more people have come from above, so it's even more difficult to enter now. Why does everyone have to squeeze into the Heaven stage stars? What's good about it? Chen Xiang asked. Heaven stage stars is a very big planet, so the core of the Earth is very strong. It can allow divine medicines to grow quickly, nurture many types of divine medicines, and produce all kinds of rich resources. As long as one's luck is not bad, staying there for a period of time will definitely make a lot of money. Huang Yantian said. Yue controlled the transmission array to open up, teleporting them to a forest. The Earth stage stars has the sun and moon, but the Earth stage stars here is much better than the stars that the Divine Nations is on. Yue took in a deep breath of the fragrant air. I'm finally back. I need to hurry to Heaven stage stars to take a look. Chen Xiang nodded his head. It is indeed much better. The divine energy contained in this place is only a little weaker than that of 9 Heaven World. Huang Jintian urged. Quickly think of a way to earn Shen Yuan stone. In order to obtain the qualifications to go to Heaven stage stars, you will need a lot of Shen Yuan stone. How much do you need? Chen Xiang asked. I don't know. Right now, I definitely need a lot more Shen Yuan stone than before. Yue shook her head and said. About 10 billion Shen Yuan stone are needed. Huang Jintian said. The last time I came was at this price. Chen Xiang thought that he had misheard. Merely getting a qualification would actually cost 10 billion. The Shen Yuan stone are not beans. Where did you get so many? Can we sneak in? Chen Xiang said. Hearing this number, he was shocked. No, the protection of the heaven stage stars is too strong. Even if you succeed in entering, you will be discovered. Yu Er said. 10 billion isn't too hard. As long as you have a few dozen divine deities, it shouldn't be difficult for you to spend tens of thousands of years to collect them. Huang Jintian said. Yu Er nodded her head and said, as long as we live long enough, 10 billion Shen Yuan stone won't be difficult. Who told those big shots to take control of these heaven stage stars? If they want to collect the king grade and divine medicine, they can only go to heaven stage stars. If you do not want to give Shen Yuan stone, there is another way. It is to join the great power that controls these stars, and then you can obtain the jade plate. Huang Yantian said, it's just that most people require a lot of strength to pass the examinations before they can be brought in. C 2233. C 2233 Rex. Can I refine divine pills to sell? In this Earth stage stars, you should be a bit more relaxed. Chen Xiang asked. If he could refine divine pills to earn Shen Yuan stone, then he would not need to join other forces and directly earn Shen Yuan stone to buy jade plates to enter heaven stage stars. The people of the Earth stage stars are all cowardly. They do not dare to casually buy the divine pellets of unknown origins. They only go to the big powers medicine store to buy them, because if they are caught, buying and selling them will be in trouble. Yu Er said, but that doesn't mean we can't sell it. It's just that it will take a long time to find a buyer. If we can find a good buyer, the Shen Yuan stone will be here very quickly. We're not familiar with this place. It's not easy to find a buyer. Huang Jintian said. Chen Xiang also wanted to quickly enter the heaven stage stars and gather the divine medicines to refine the detoxification pills, so that he could quickly remove the poison from Long Shui. Huang Yantian laughed. If we were to sell the divine pellets at the heaven stage stars, it would be much more convenient. Although the pills in Star Law Divine Realm were all under the strict control of the big powers, but the big powers could not completely control the big powers in heaven stage stars, so they had to secretly sell a lot of them. At that time, it would be very easy to find a buyer. The advantage of being sold in the heaven stage stars is that the people here are relatively rich. Qin Xiang nodded. So that means if I want to enter the heaven stage stars, I can only join one power first, and then enter the heaven stage stars? Right, at the moment, this is the only way to help you enter the heaven stage stars more quickly. Yu Er replied, when the time comes, we'll enter the ring. As long as you enter, you won't need to check the jade plate. After finding a target, Chen Xiang and the others immediately searched for a city. With Huang Jintian and the others using the heaven extended method, they quickly found the nearest big city. After entering the big city, they split up to investigate the news of joining forces. The Star Law Divine Realm was a huge place, filled with earth and profound ranked stars. There were a lot of them in total, and most of the people who recruited them would be from Earth stage stars or profound ranked stars. 3 days later, Chen Xiang will meet with Huang Yantian. We've heard that there are a total of 3 forces that want to recruit us, Huang Jintian said. Maybe he brought it into the heaven stage stars? What I heard was that they were all recruited to stay in Earth stage stars. Chen Xiang asked. Yes, we all need fighters. The main thing is that we have to hunt down divine beasts. Huang Jintian said. In the heaven stage stars, there are many powerful divine beasts, so this task will be rather difficult. As long as you have 50 divine deities, you can register and take the examination. With your strength, Sing wouldn't be difficult. Huang Jintian laughed. What kind of forces are these 3? Yu Er asked, see if I recognize him. Everlasting Mountain, Destiny Sect, Longevity Hall. Huang Yantian said, these are all powerful forces within the Star Law Divine Realm. Go to Everlasting Mountain, Yu Er said, Everlasting Mountain can be considered to be a relatively peaceful power. As for the two forces, the Good Fortune sect and the Hall of Longevity, these two forces have always been causing trouble everywhere. They have often become enemies with other great forces. Huang Yantian nodded. That's what I thought too. The ones who attacked the four divine races were the Destiny sect and the Longevity Hall, but the Everlasting Mountain didn't do anything. After all, the Everlasting Mountain is mediocre and has never wanted to cause any trouble. This Everlasting Mountain's disciples are relatively easygoing, so it's not bad to temporarily join this power. Yue said, "Let's go to Everlasting Mountain." Chen Xiang didn't understand Star Law Divine Realm, so he could only listen to Huang Jintian's and Yue's opinions. Huang Jintian and the others entered the ring and guided him to Partik 1p8 in the examination. Chen Xiang went to the Everlasting Mountain and set up a division here. It was a relatively grand pavilion. After Chen Xiang went in, he told the people inside that he wanted to join the Everlasting Mountain and find a place to do things. Generally, those who joined a great power through this method would not be treated as the core of nurturing. The core was something that had been cultivated since they were young, only then would they be guaranteed absolute loyalty. People like Chen Xiang who suddenly joined belonged to the outer circle, which was equivalent to an employment relations. Hi plus P. How many divine deity do you have? An old man asked. 60 pills. Chen Xiang replied. He did not reveal his true strength. Not bad. That's the strength of a first-grade divine lord. The old man nodded and asked again, "What type of divine power do you train in?" "Fire attribute." Chen Xiang said again. 40 to 60 divine deities were all divine monarchs, and 70 to 90 divine deities were all divine kings. Only 100 GODS level S could become divine lord. Chen Xiang had 95 divine deity, so he could be considered a first-rate divine king, but with his bones, he could be considered to be on par with divine lords. Enter to take the examination. The old man pointed at a stone door behind him. Chen Xiang entered the stone door. He saw a large hall. There were dozens of people queuing up, testing for something. The next one, if I can crush the rock, I'll pass. A middle-aged man in the front shouted lazily. Chen Xiang was at the back of the line, releasing his divine soul to take a look. There was a table in front of him. On it was a black stone, and an old man was forcefully pinching it, making his old face turn red, but he could not crush it. "Can't crush it? Please come back next time." The middle-aged man sitting at the table said lazily. Looking at his expression, one could tell that he was very tired of this sort of thing. There were more than a dozen people in a row, but none of them were able to break the black stone. If a large power wanted to recruit disciples in the Earth stage stars, they would not have to pay a lot, so it was not bad to be able to find strong people. It was equivalent to earning money. After all, a large power bringing people into the heaven stage stars did not need to pay a Xin Yuan stone. Finally, it was Chen Xiang's turn. Amongst the tens of people in front of him, there were only 2 that could be crushed. Crack! The middle-aged man in white said as he dragged his head. Chen Xiang picked up the stone and tried using a bit of strength, but it actually could not be crushed. It was extremely stiff, and then, using his bones, he used his power. The eyes of the middle-aged man who had been listless all this while lit up when he saw Chen Xiang cruise. Hi plusing the black stone into powder. How many divine deities are there? Chen Xiang, 60 divine deity. Chen Xiang said. Not bad. Yu Pa S said. A smile appeared on the face of the middle-aged man in white, and he gestured for a young and beautiful woman to come over. Brother, please follow me. With a sweet smile on her face, the woman softly said. Chen Xiang followed the woman and left the hall, arriving at a hall. There were 5 people sitting here, all of them Pa S, said the test, and all of them looked middle-aged. 6 people is enough. These are your jade medallions for you to enter the heaven stage stars. Drip blood this way, even if others were to H your jade medallions, it would be useless. The white-robed middle-aged man who was in charge of the exam walked in and said. Chen Xiang and the other 5 people received the jade tablet and dripped blood on it. The middle-aged man in white said, My name is Lin Shui. In Everlasting Mountain, I am a small elder of the outer sect who specializes in helping Everlasting Mountain kill divine beasts. The Everlasting Mountain requires a large number of divine beasts to refine pills and eat them. See 2234. See 2234. Earlier, there was a team that died, so I made it clear that if you're afraid of dying, there's still time for you to go back on your words. Lin Shui laughed. Going to the heaven stage stars to hunt special G. Oh. D beast is not a joke, you will die. Chen Xiang didn't care. This Lin Shui also looked very strong. He should have 90 divine deity S or above. As for the other 5 middle-aged people here, he also had 50 or 60 divine deity S, and none of them were afraid of special G. Oh, D beast S, no objections? Lin Shui nodded his head in satisfaction. I know you guys want to ask me a few questions, but I can roughly guess what you guys want to ask. You guys came here to partic 1. P. 8 in the exam and join the Everlasting Mountain because you want to quickly enter it, right? So, what you guys are more concerned about is whether or not you have your own personal time after joining the Everlasting Mountain, or whether or not you can leave it. Chen Xiang nodded his head. The other 5 immediately followed suit and nodded. Everyone's goal was the same, only by doing this can they enter the heaven stage stars quickly. Good. After you enter the heaven stage stars, each of you only need to kill 10 special G. O. D beast with 50 divine deity to leave the Everlasting Mountain. Of course, you can also choose to stay in the Everlasting Mountain. Lin Shui said. 50 divine deity special G. O. D beast S. Chen Xiang felt that this should be easy to deal with. One was his 1 billion Shin Yuan stone, the other was his 10 billion stone. Just now when you dripped your blood on the jade tablet, you had already made a blood contract, so when you enter the heaven stage stars, do not flee without permission, you should be clear of the consequences. Lin Shui sternly said, If you are dissatisfied with the blood contract, you can withdraw now. When you go to the Everlasting Mountain, you can choose to hunt for a team to hunt down divine beasts. For example, the 6 of you can hunt down 60 divine beasts together, and then split with the Everlasting Mountain. Lin Shui said again when he saw that Chen Xiang and the rest did not speak. A middle-aged man asked, If you don't want to form a team? I want to do it alone. Our Everlasting Mountain will be responsible for providing the whereabouts of the special G.O.D. beast. You all must complete it within the set time. Otherwise you will not be able to complete it within the set time limit. If you are unable to complete it within the set time limit, your number of special G.O.D. beast will increase by 1. Lin Shui said. If you want to search for a team, there will be a few that will go to the Everlasting Mountain. There are many people there who will be like you. The other big powers also use this method to snare the rogue cultivators of the Earth stage stars. This way, they could settle many miscellaneous matters and provide sufficient resources to the core of the power. Chen Xiang and the others had no objections. Lin Shui had brought them to a large underground cave. There was a large transmission array here. After Lin Shui opened the transmission array, Chen Xiang and the rest arrived at a transmitting square. This is the Everlasting Mountain. I have been here before. I remember this aura. Yuer said. Chen Xiang looked around and saw that the symbol of the Everlasting Mountain was an extremely huge mountain. They were at the bottom of the mountain, and this was the outer sect. Elder Lin, how do we enter the inner sect? What benefits do you get by entering the inner sect of the Everlasting Mountain? Chen Xiang asked. He had asked Yuer and Huang Yantian before, but they didn't know much about it. There are three types of inner disciples. The first type is the children of inner disciples. The second method was to recruit inner sect disciples or elders and leaders, and bring them directly into the inner sect. The third method was to enter from the outer sect. It required a series of tests, and was also the most difficult type. Although the inner sect disciples who enter from the outer sect are not too weak, the inner sect disciples will still be discriminated against. Lin Shui sighed. It could be seen that he had entered the outer sect through the outer sect gate. Now that he had come to the outer sect gate, he did not want to anger the inner sect. What are the benefits of entering the inner sect? A middle-aged man also asked curiously. There are many benefits to this. I can obtain many profound and mysterious inheritances, and after I collect the divine medicines, I can have the inner disciples help me refine Qin Dan. I can customize them to be a divine weapon. If my performance is outstanding, who other elders would I be able to go with to look for rare treasures? He brought Chen Xiang and the others to a hall. There were a lot of people in the lobby, all of them were like Chen Xiang and the others, who came in from the Earth stage stars, wanted to kill 10 special G.O.D. beast, and also wanted to bring their corpses back to report. There are 100 elders here, who are responsible for providing information about the special G.O.D. beast. You guys can stand in line to ask. I have to continue recruiting. Lin Shui said. You are in charge of the food and drinks. Although this place is the outer sect of the everlasting mountain, but it's like a city, and has many inns and hotels. After Lin Shui left, Chen Xiang began to stroll around by himself. After that, he walked out of the main hall. You guys go and help me find the divine medicine I need for the detoxification pill. I'll go hunt down the divine beast. It's more efficient to split up. Chen Xiang said. Okay, but remember to get some Shin Yuan stone S. In Heaven stage stars, without a lot of Shin Yuan stone S, it's hard to even take a single step. Huang Jintian said. Their Shin Yuan stone S had all been exhausted on the way, and they had no way to quickly get them. They could only look at Chen Xiang. Use communication jade symbol paper. Remember to come back to this city often. The distance between communication jade symbol paper S is limited. Chen Xiang said. There are 10 bone level Dan here, take them and sell them. The amount you have obtained should be enough for you guys to use for a while. Huang Jintian received the bone level Dan and nodded his head. Go and busy yourself, leave the location of the divine medicine to us. Chen Xiang anxiously ran back to the main hall. Hunting 10 special G.O.D. beast S was easy for him. He also wanted to quickly complete the blood contract so he wouldn't be restricted anymore. There were more than 10,000 people in the hall, and there were many long queues. The old man in charge of providing information was extremely busy. In front of Chen Xiang, there were a few hundred people. Just as Chen Xiang was waiting in line, suddenly, a few people walked over, holding a piece of paper, and asked the group a question. They're trying to pull someone into their party. An old man behind Chen Xiang said, Usually, it is to go kill a special G.O.D. beast, only when you can't kill it will you come back to pull them. There are also some who pulled people in here because they tried to be brave and received news that it would be difficult to kill special G.O.D. beast. Chen Xiang carefully observed around and discovered that there were many parties that specially pulled people to join the party. Right now, there were already a few teams walking towards them. He could also see that quite a few of these teams had succeeded, and he was secretly looking forward to see if anyone could pull him. What made him even more depressed was that he waited for less than an hour. A few squads sat in front of him and only glanced at him once. They didn't talk about joining the squadron. The old man behind Chen Xiang saw him sighing and laughed. Young lad, they saw that your face looked young, so they did not want your face. C-2235. C-2235 Chen Xiang thought so too. Most of the people here looked like middle-aged or old people, and there were very few young people like him. It's mainly because the youngsters aren't calm enough, and they're more arrogant, and won't listen to any commands. That's why they don't want it. This is not about one's appearance. This is the result of their experiences and lessons learned. The old man said, was no longer thinking about anyone trying to pull him into the group, and just as he was about to give up on that idea, 3 people suddenly walked over, one by one, asking Chun Xiang if they wanted to join the group. Chun Xiang saw that amongst the 3, there was a young and beautiful woman. "Little brother, do you want to come with us?" The lady walked to Chun Xiang and asked with a smile. She gave Chun Xiang a piece of paper, and when Chun Xiang received it, he took a look at her hand. Amongst all the women he had ever seen, this was the one whose hand was the most unsightly, with somewhat rough skin and a lot of scars. Although this woman was a little black, her skin didn't look too good, and she didn't pay much attention to her appearance. Her voice was very pleasant to listen to, and when she smiled, it was also very sweet, making Chun Xiang feel that she had a different kind of beauty. Chun Xiang looked at the woman's pair of bright and sharp eyes and couldn't help but to be captivated. Although the girl wasn't considered beautiful, he didn't know why, but Chun Xiang admired her a lot. Armored crocodile? It sounds very impressive, Chun Xiang said as he looked at the piece of paper. After the elder behind him heard this, he said, "This fellow is amazing." Quite a few people accepted this mission, but he didn't finish it within a month and hasn't come back yet. The woman smiled sweetly. "Bring this fellow's corpse back, it's the same as killing 10 special G. O D beast. Little brother, our team does have sufficient strength, we have already killed 30 special G. O D beast. Kill one for 10? Chun Xiang was a little confused. Little brother, you have just arrived at the heaven stage stars, right? This armored crocodile had 80 divine deities, and the armor on its body and the flesh and blood within its body were all extremely precious. Flesh and blood could be refined into pills, bones could be refined, and divine deities were even more precious. That's why killing one would be enough to kill 10, that's what the Everlasting Mountain said. The woman smiled. I just joined the Everlasting Mountain, I don't understand these things, I just want to quickly kill enough 10 special G. O D beast. Chun Xiang asked, if I were to join, how would I divide it? You will go with us. If we successfully kill the armored crocodile, we will hand the armored crocodile to you so that you can report back. After that, you have to accompany us and kill 5 more times. The woman said, all right, I'll join. Chun Xiang immediately agreed. He already had a good feeling about this woman, and adding that he wanted to end the blood contract quickly, he wanted to give himself more freedom. When the others saw that Chun Xiang had agreed to join them, they all thought that Chun Xiang was courting death. The other 2 members of the team that were with this woman were middle-aged. When they walked over, one of them said, hearing that they are going to kill the armored crocodile, no one dares to go. I think we should forget about that. Isn't there someone else? The lady patted Chun Xiang's shoulder and laughed. This little brother is our new team member. Him? Did he go to die? A middle-aged man frowned. I have the final say. When the lady saw that the 2 men looked down upon Chun Xiang, her tone became a little more unyielding. Don't forget our contract, I helped you guys pay previously, you promised me that you would kill it 5 times for me, now is the last time, you can't go back on your words. But he was going to kill the armored crocodile this time. At the very least, we have to find a relatively powerful team member. The middle-aged man's tone became much softer. Chun Xiang really did not expect the lady to be so powerful. The 2 middle-aged men had to listen to her. It's okay, he can do it, the woman said confidently. Little brother, let's go. Go and rest first, and then find the armored crocodile. Chun Xiang followed behind the lady and laughed. You always call me little brother, maybe I am older than you? Right, what's your name? Feng Wu, the wind is blowing. The woman chuckled. What about you? Chun Xiang. What about these 2 big brothers? Chen Xiang asked the two middle-aged men. Ling Jian. Although he was dressed neatly, and was a man, his hands still looked more beautiful than Feng Wu. His fingers were slender, and his fingernails were trimmed extremely well, so even from the name, it was obvious that he was using a sword, and his hands that loved him were normal. Chen Dao. The other middle-aged man smiled. He was completely different from Ling Jian. His hair was messy, his face was full of beard, and he was wearing an old set of gray clothes. Chen Xiang laughed. You two must be together. Ling Jian nodded his head. We are martial brothers, and have the same master. When master was still young, we have traveled together for many years. Ling Jian looked to be in his middle years, and Chen Dao was a rough old master who liked to laugh out loud. In front of a large crowd, he spoke very loudly and did not care about the opinions of others. It was hard to believe that two people with such a huge difference in personality could be together for so long. They were really two strange people. Of course, Feng Wu was also very strange in Chen Xiang's eyes. He was very strong, causing Ling Jian and Chen Dao to not dare to refute her. What made Chen Xiang felt even weirder was that if she could dress herself up properly, she would definitely be a great beauty, but she did not care about these things. This was why she was so attractive to Chen Xiang. Little brother, the reason you're here, it can't be to enter the heaven stage stars, right? Feng Wu asked with a smile. Yes, sir. Chen Xiang answered. Feng Wu, are you not? Of course not. The reason I want to enter the inner sect of Everlasting Mountain is for this purpose. Feng Wu looked at the huge mountain in the distance, his expression becoming extremely determined. Oh, where are the two big brothers? Chen Xiang asked again. After we help Feng Wu kill off this last time, we will leave the Everlasting Mountain. Our goal is the same as yours. Ling Jian said. Feng Wu, you should have killed 10 special D beast long ago. Chen Xiang asked. Why are you continuing to kill so much? To enter the inner sect. If you want to become qualified for the inner sect examination, you need to first kill enough special D beasts. Feng Wu smiled complacently at Chen Xiang. I've already killed 90 of them, so I'll be eligible to take the examination very soon. So powerful! Chen Xiang praised. He admired such a strong woman. C. 2236. C. 2236 Chen Xiang was only rather curious about the inner sect of the Everlasting Mountain. He felt that, if there was a chance, he would also want to go and see what the core of the Star Law Divine Realm's power was like. Feng Wu, I heard that inner sect disciples dislike entering during the inner sect examination. As a girl, you will definitely be bullied if you enter. Chen Xiang said. It doesn't matter, as long as I have absolute strength, I'm not afraid of them. Although the inner court disciples were arrogant, they were still young birds that had never experienced cruelty before. And of those who pass, said the outer sect examination, which of them didn't go through hundreds of battles? Those guys don't have to be afraid of them at all. Feng Wu said. Seeing that she had such confidence, he knew that she was very strong, otherwise she would not dare to go and kill the armored crocodile. Chen Xiang followed them to an inn. Although Feng Wu looked very poor, he was very generous to her and ordered many delicious dishes. Although this time's armored crocodile are powerful, they are the same as the other special D beasts and have not taken on any form. Furthermore, their movements are a bit slower. The most important thing is that this armored crocodile will be weak for a while. I've calculated it already, the armored crocodile has just changed its armor, and it has not fully recovered. Feng Wu said. Feng Wu, how do you know all this? Chen Xiang was extremely interested in this, to think that Feng Wu actually knew this kind of news. Ever since I was young, I have been extremely knowledgeable about all kinds of special D beast. This knowledge was said down to me by my parents, and they are also experts in hunting special D beast. Feng Wu said in an extremely proud tone. They were previously disciples of the Everlasting Mountain, but because they left the Everlasting Mountain later on, I also want to enter the Everlasting Mountain now. Ling Jian said, within the Star Law Divine Realm, you are considered the weakest of the big powers. For a battle like yours, you should be going to other, even stronger big powers. Chen Dao nodded his head. If I had the power that Feng Wu has, I would definitely not consider the Everlasting Mountain. Feng Wu drank a mouthful of wine, then laughed out loud. You all don't understand. Although the Everlasting Mountain is the weakest of the big powers, he has qualities that no other big powers have. It was that the Everlasting Mountain would never become enemies with any other great powers, so there was no need to worry about conflicts breaking out. You should all know that the current Star Law Divine Realm is not like before. Even the undead divine race is exterminated. The rules have been broken. Chen Xiang laughed. Even the undead divine race has been destroyed, and the Everlasting Mountain has a high possibility of being destroyed, so the Everlasting Mountain is not the safest place. Feng Wu said, Everlasting Mountain does not have anything that any other great power would set their eyes on, and in all these years, there have been no conflicts with any of the other great powers either. Of course, I also have one other reason to join the Everlasting Mountain. It's because there are more ods in the Everlasting Mountain, and it's better, so I don't need to wait that long to find the materials to refine more divine pellets in the future. In the other big powers, since there are not many ods, they would have to line up for a long time to find pills. On the other hand, Chen Xiang did not know that there were a lot of ods in Everlasting Mountain, which made him suddenly excited, and asked, What level is Everlasting Mountain's od at? Feng Wu replied, High level. The only thing was that the Everlasting Mountain was very low-key. Although he had many outstanding ods, he had deliberately suppressed his own pill business. This way, he wouldn't be suppressed by other great powers. Furthermore, the pills sold by the Everlasting Mountain are all low-leveled pills that the other large powers look down upon, but as far as I know, although the Everlasting Mountain only sells low-leveled pills, the amount of Shen Yuan stone he earns is on par with the other big powers. Chen Xiang pondered. If what Feng Wu said was true, then Everlasting Mountain truly did possess a group of alchemy ods, who were relatively more outstanding amongst the Star Law Divine Realm, which meant that the Everlasting Mountain's foundation in pills was not something that the other great powers could compare to. Feng Wu, other than killing the 100 special god beast, is there any other way to enter the inner sect? For example, pill refining or array setting up. When Chen Xiang heard that the Everlasting Mountain had a group of outstanding pill gods, he wanted to go in and take a look. No matter if it's a pill god, a formation grandmaster, or an outstanding weapon craftsman, they all have to hunt 100 strange gods or else they won't be able to obtain the qualifications. This is also proof of their strength. Feng Wu laughed. Little brother, you also want to enter the inner sect? To be honest, I'm just a half god of pills. I didn't know that the Everlasting Mountain's god of pills was so powerful before, so I wanted to take a look now. He had already started planning in his heart. He planned to let Huang Jintian and the others clearly investigate the divine medicine that was needed to detoxify the detoxification pellet before secretly refining some bone-level Dan-S or other divine pellets that were easy to sell for them in order to earn Shen Yuan stone at. As for him, he stayed here for a while, thinking of a way to pass the exam and enter the inner sect to take a look. Because they could not sell their divine pellets privately, in the Star Law Divine Realm, alchemists would rarely go out. They would usually join one of these large powers, and either enter the inner sect or go to their shops to refine pills. After we kill this armored crocodile, I will help you plan your next move. I have experience in this aspect. If you really can enter the intersect, then we can also have a companion. Seeing that Chen Xiang had the thought of entering the intersect, Feng Wu was happy too. It was not bad to have someone he knew inside the intersect. After eating, Chen Xiang returned to his room to rest. Early in the morning on the second day, Chen Xiang was woken up by a shout, and then he went to Transmitting Square. When they drank together yesterday, Chen Xiang had already understood some of the armored crocodile's detailed information. Armored crocodile lived in a swamp, and it was difficult to kill armored crocodile not only because they were strong, but also because of the dangers that hid in their hiding place. For example, in this swamp there were many little dragon crocodiles. Although they were not very powerful, they were very annoying. Feng Wu was extremely familiar with this area. She rode on a frisbee and flew all the way here, quickly arriving above the swamp. Armored crocodile is hiding here. He normally hides under the mud. We'll see how we act when the time comes. Feng Wu said, Chen Xiang, you specifically deal with those little dragon crocodiles. There are as many little dragon crocodiles as there are ants, and they aren't that strong. They only have a few divine deities. Can you three deal with the armored crocodile? Chen Xiang asked. Had the best way to deal with these weak and large amount of small things, thus it was very easy for him. However, he was a little worried for Feng Wu and the other two. Feng Wu possessed 80 divine deity, Ling Jian and Chen Dao were only 75 years old, and the armored crocodile possessed 80 divine deity. Because it was a special God beast, it already possessed an extremely strong fleshly body, so it was much stronger than the 80 divine deity of humans. Of course we can take care of him. If I'm not wrong, it would be much easier if we take care of him since he is in his weakened state. Feng Wu said. Of course, for her to be able to complete the mission with 90 special God beast, she did not rely solely on luck. She could tell that she still had her trump cards, and if the armored crocodile was not weak, she had the confidence to kill it. C-2237. C-2237 roar. A low and deep roar came out. Chen Xiang and the others in the air saw many bubbles suddenly appear in the swamp. Many dragon crocodiles were scurrying out from the quagmire. These are all dragon crocodiles. Chen Xiang saw that these little armored crocodile looked like they had extremely stiff black scales on their bodies. Their claws were the same as a dragon's claws, and there were dragon's horns on their head. There were thousands of these dragon crocodiles under the swamp below. He's coming! Feng Wu shouted. Chen Xiang, go lure these little things away, only then will the armored crocodile come out. Chen Xiang nodded his head and immediately jumped down the frisbee. When the dragon crocodiles saw him, they all rushed towards him, but he avoided them all. Chen Xiang floated in the air, and was only 10 or 20 meters away from the swamp. He flew in circles inside the swamp, neither fast nor slow, attracting the attention of the group of dragon crocodiles. Seeing that there was something flying above, they all pounced towards it. However, they did not give up, and continued to fly towards Chen Xiang from the quagmire. They opened their mouths to bite him to pieces, but to no avail. Just like this, Chen Xiang quickly attracted the tens of thousands of dragon crocodiles. Seeing that his skills were not bad, Feng Wu and Ling Jianchen, who were watching from above, nodded their heads. Like I said, I won't misjudge them. From a single look, I can tell that this lad is incredible, and he even knows how to forge pills. Feng Wu laughed. Prepare to come, let's see if the armored crocodile is weak right now. If it isn't, it will be a bit harder. Ling Jian and Chen Dao both took out their divine swords and divine blades. While a large part of the marsh had already expanded, it was the armored crocodile that was hiding below. Roar! The armored crocodile roared out, and a large amount of mud flew out of the swamp. A large crater also appeared below, and the armored crocodile actually leapt out of the swamp, leaping into the air. A large amount of wet mud was splattered and flew into the air. When it landed, it was like a sudden rain. Large and small pieces of mud fell down, blotting out the sky and blotting out the sun. Chen Xiang looked at the armored crocodile in the air, and saw a golden flash of light. The armored crocodile's scales were actually gold. Not good, Feng Wu calculated wrongly. This armored crocodile has just transformed into scale armor, and what is being reborn is the strongest gold armor. This armored crocodile is becoming stronger than before. Yue shouted in shock. Quickly get rid of these dragon alligators. With Feng Wu's current strength, he cannot handle this armored crocodile. Chen Xiang knew that he could no longer conceal his strength any further. He floated high in the sky and struck a palm towards the tens of thousands of dragon crocodiles below him. This is the heavenly dragon seal. The fire dragon descended. It let out a crazy roar and viciously smashed into the ground. A powerful sea of fire surrounded the crocodiles and began to burn them. The armored crocodile's body could not be considered to be big, but it was also not small. Furthermore, its movements were extremely agile, unlike what was rumored to be slow. When the armored crocodile jumped into the air, Feng Wu saw the golden armor and knew that his calculations were wrong. The armored crocodile had already become very strong. This is a golden armored dragon alligator. Although it still has 80 divine deity, its defense is much higher than before. You should be careful. The weapon that Feng Wu used was a black spear. From a distance, she threw the spear towards the armored crocodile's golden armor. The armored crocodile could actually float in the air. He sensed that something was thrusting towards him, and as his body shook, a golden wave of air surged out from his body to block Feng Wu's lance. Feng Wu frowned. He controlled the spear to increase its strength, and aimed it towards the chi wave and stabbed it in. The spear pierced through the chi wave and pierced the armored crocodile's golden armor, but was unable to eat it anymore. The armored crocodile's golden armor was extremely durable, and the spear was unable to pierce through. What a strong defense! Chen Dao, Ling Jian, you guys go help Chen Xiang, get rid of him. Feng Wu took a glance at Chen Xiang at this time, and realized that Chen Xiang's side was covered in flames. All the crocodile dragons had already disappeared, and although she saw that Chen Xiang had made his move, she did not expect him to be so strong, to actually be able to kill off the crocodile dragons. This armored crocodile is very difficult to deal with. All of you stay put, wait for the chance. By the time Feng Wu had finished speaking, the lance had already returned to her hand. The armored crocodile roared at her, opened its huge mouth, and spat out a golden mist. This is... Feng Wu screamed in shock and quickly dodged. It's the spikes refined from golden armor. Chen Xiang took out his heavenly magic sword and rushed forward as he spoke. When Ling Jian saw the heavenly magic sword in his hand that did not have a sword tip, he thought that he was mistaken. Charging forward in this kind of situation, with such a sword in hand, made it hard for Ling Jian and Chen Dao to understand. What are you doing here? Feng Wu was surprised. She did not expect Chen Xiang to suddenly run over, and at such a fast speed, in the blink of an eye, the sea of flames in the distance that Chen Xiang was in just a moment ago rushed over. Of course it's to kill the armored crocodile. It shouldn't be a problem to damage the golden armor, right? As Chen Xiang spoke, he quietly avoided the golden fog that the armored crocodile spat out, which was also the most lethal attack. The powerful supreme force coupled with the extremely sharp thorns, if one was not careful in dealing with it, one's body would be riddled with holes. It doesn't matter if the corpse is incomplete. Generally, taking half of it back would be complete. At this moment, she could already tell that Chen Xiang was hiding extremely terrifying strength. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to take care of that group of alligator dragons. Chen Xiang threw out the 6 realms mirrors, had it float in the air above the armored crocodile, and then controlled the 6 realms mirrors to grow larger, releasing an array inside. Dragon Sealing Hex. It should be able to deal with this guy. Chen Xiang was more familiar with the various arrays within the 6 realms mirrors. the larger 6 realms mirrors, in a flash of the mirror, released the confinement dragon hex and sealed the armored crocodile, causing it to be unable to move at all. Qin Xiang wielded his sword and instantly moved forward, cutting horizontally at the center of the armored crocodile's body, and shot out a fiery red sword qi. The sword qi turned into a ray of light and sliced through the center of the armored crocodile's body. In the blink of an eye, the armored crocodile's dy-looking body was split into 2. After cutting off the armored crocodile's body, Qin Xiang teleported over to the top of the armored crocodile's head. His thigh suddenly swelled up, and an extremely terrifying God power surged out, causing his thigh to release a burst of fiery red qi waves. "I'll trample you to death." Qin Xiang ruthlessly stepped on the head of the armored crocodile, provoking thunderous booms as the upper half of the armored crocodile fell into the quagmire. "It's done, hurry up and put it away." Qin Xiang laughed. "We will keep the upper half, and take the lower half to report."